Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. Alright, today we are doing something very different. So, today on Steam, they're having what's called the Visual Novel Festival sale. So from today, August 7th, until August 14th, there's a whole bunch of visual novel games for sale. One of them being Winds of Change. So, now that this game was on sale for pretty cheap, I decided to buy it and give the game a try. I always thought Winds of Change was pretty interesting, but I never got around to playing it. And today's finally the day that I'm gonna give it a try. So, this is a first impression stream. I'm gonna play this for 2, maybe 3 hours, and see if I enjoy it or not. I don't know if I'll commit it to playing the whole game on stream, but we'll see. Now, I want to do a quick volume check. Because the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon stream had the game audio louder than me, and I do not want that happening again. Seriously, volume balance, it will either make or break a stream for me. I'll leave it like you know what? I'm gonna take a listen on my end real quick. So testing. Testing. Okay, I guess I'll go with this for now. Well, let's get started. Winds of Change. Enjoy your adventure and choose wisely. In the world of Alastia, where the spirits reign supreme,
the rebellion is in shambles. With the recent loss of their leader, they are struggling. But this defeat was not without a victory of its own. For in his final moments, he secured an artifact of great importance. This blade was paramount to the Triumvirate's leadership of Alestia. And without it, their tyrannical grip on the people would surely falter. Having no choice, they give their Grand Inquisitor one simple order. Destroy the rebellion and retrieve the lost blade of the Triumvirate. But Dormek, the new leader of the rebels, has set other plans in motion. Hiding the blade in Valenorth, he is confident that it will be protected. This sheltered hamlet is now custodian to the weapon that would liberate the world. And so, it would be met with a gruesome fate by the Triumvirate and their Grand Inquisitor.
Everything is burning. I can do little to stop it from spreading. An immense pain assaults my head, and I throw my face into my hands. The same question repeatedly plays in my mind. What am I doing here? I have no knowledge of what happened up until this point. My brain is struggling to fill in the blanks, not gaining any headway. It was almost like, until this exact moment, I never existed. Why is it now that cognition has found me? Was there something I could do to put out these flames? Or perhaps, was I the cause of this inferno to begin with? A foolish thought, and one I throw away. If I was responsible, then I wouldn't feel this sense of dread. The emotions shared by those who stand beside me. Hey Isaac, you're just in time, we just started.
Come on, pick up the pace. If we waste any more time, we won't make it out alive. There's no way the Elder would let me live that one down.
I feel like she's escorting me, and I should follow her. Could it be that she's been tasked with my protection? I grasp at the straws that are the memories in my mind. I'm only able to latch onto one. It's the title that I go by.
Are you even paying attention?
I'm the seer.
I know who you are, Seer. Did you hit your head or something?
She scoffs as she turns the other way. But I know she's right. I'm not taking this seriously. It feels like a dream, and I doubt that it's all happening. A few moments later, a sudden sensation startles me. There's a firm grip on my shoulder. We aren't alone. Underneath a veil of fright, I turn to greet this second stranger.
Valessa has our safety in mind, okay? Forgive her hot-headedness for me. Freedom isn't too much farther. We need to stay calm and think this through. Two guys like us, we should have no problem. We'll be safe and sound before you know it.
We weave through the houses and alleys to remain unseen. Doing our best to be completely silent, we bring no attention to ourselves. The flames encourage our urgency, but we're careful not to be fast or reckless. Our silence makes everything else more prominent, however. The screams of those being slaughtered fill me with a feeling of disgust. We need to find cover, and Valessa points out a small alcove waiting nearby.
Look, they're dying because they panicked. We need to stay calm and think through this together. If we freak out, we'll only end up like them, you know?
She has a point. Our first instinct was to run, but so was theirs. We should let them face the brunt of this attack.
So we're letting them die to buy us time?
What else are we supposed to do? We're not equipped to take them on alone.
But using them like pawns, Ulric. The people of Valinor deserve more than that.
Do you have any better ideas? If we try to save them all, we'll die. I'm here to protect you two, not kill you.
My suspicions are correct. Ulric is the one protecting us. But why exactly are we a higher priority than the civilians? I venture to guess that we're currently in this Valinor. The pain in my head pulses again, and I stumble back. As I let out a groan, Ulric rushes over to my side. His exaggerated concern is now understandable.
It must be the smoke. Make sure to sit down. The lower you are right now, the better. Are you having trouble breathing?
I shake my head and let him know that it's not the smoke. This causes Valessa to chime in, voicing her concerns as well.
Yeah, something else is going on here. He's been acting strange for a while now. Is there something you need to tell us?
I can't seem to remember anything.
Did some debris fall on your head back there? I'm starting to side with Valessa on this one. Come on, time to gear you up.
He steps away for a few moments and inspects the ground around him. There's a brief period where I can't see him, but he returns with a blade. The fire causes it to glisten, almost like it's begging me to take it.
I don't care what's going on in that head of yours, but it's not more important than your survival. We're all overwhelmed. It's not just you.
He holds out the blade, expecting my compliance. At this rate, it seems like fighting may be inevitable.
Take it. We won't be standing here forever. As soon as we leave this alcove, we'll be vulnerable. I can't take care of you all the time, you know.
Of course, I'll defend myself as well.
Now that's what I like to hear. I'll feel better if you have something to fight with. Valessa has her daggers, but you had nothing.
I grab the blade and swing it a couple times, testing its weight. It seems good enough for me, and I wouldn't have any problems using it. Though it was a far cry from the massive blade that Ulric carried.
Now then, it's time to move. Seems like some of the noise has finally died down. We should start by investigating the town square.
He walks off, expecting us to follow along. But as I'm about to take a step, Valessa grabs my arm. The look on her face tells me something is wrong.
You're confused about all this, right? I bet you don't even know what being the seer means. Or how we've known each other for our entire lives.
I look at the ground in both shame and confusion. She's completely right. My head is a mess. As I try to think of an excuse, her response surprises me.
That's normal, but please listen. We only have a few moments before Ulric notices we're not there. The seer is special. You wield spirits to induce prophetic visions. When you have these visions, you're unable to remember anything. When you wake up, you'll dismiss it as a dream and forget it ever happened. As your scribe, it's my job to help you take advantage of this. We have to follow Ulric now, but know one thing. The way you're acting, I'm certain this is a vision. That means you can use it for information.
She takes a few steps closer to me and grabs my hands. Staring right into my eyes, I notice a glimmer of hope shining within her.
I'm relieved. This means Valnorth is still fine. When you wake up, use this vision to save everyone. It's your duty as seer to ensure this doesn't become real.
She lets go of my hands and follows after Ulric. Though it's hard to believe what she said, I'm less confused. I finally have a reason for why I felt so disconnected. But if this was a vision, then what would become of Ulric and Valessa? Would all this carnage be undone as soon as I woke up? What if they died? What if I died in this vision? I follow after Valessa, realizing I might never know. But a faint sense of determination rises up within me. If there was a chance I could stop this... I had to do it. Oh. I want to make a quick save. In the present day, the Triumvirate conspires with their Grand Inquisitor. For the events that led to Valnorth's destruction had yet to be set in motion. Sobi knelt before his masters, more eager to serve than he had ever been before.
Rise, Sylvie, but please assure us of your certainty. We hate to act without knowing everything.
The prisoner mentions Valanorth over and over. The rebels are hiding something of importance there. Along with recent events, we can only surmise one thing.
The Blade of Exodus.
I am almost certain. But if that's where they've chosen to hide it, it means that our other target is also there.
Your compliance pleases us, Sylvie. Your plan was risky, but it worked out in the end. A final interrogation interrogation would influence our decision further.
You'd have me interrogate the prisoner once more. If I may be so bold, to what end do you request this?
Not you, Sophie. We want your apprentice to do this. It is time for him to prove his worth.
The voices echoed loudly through their darkened chambers. It mattered not which triumvirate spoke, for they were all of one mind. With a clear irritation in his voice, Sophie did his best to stay calm.
My apprentice? I've told you many times I want to work alone. It would be more efficient for me to do this myself.
Insubordination? This is unbecoming of you, Sophie. We demand that you obey. The role of Grand Inquisitor can be very dangerous. If we were to lose you, a replacement would be necessary. You must train this replacement while you still breathe.
As you command.
Sophie turned his back to the triumvirate and spotted his apprentice. He was standing by the door, listening to their conversation. If he heard of Sophie's distaste for him, he showed no concern.
Interrogation? And what would you have me extract? I thought the prisoner was at his wit's end.
Anything to confirm our suspicions about Valinor. If you fail, I will not hesitate to punish you. Remember what we're on the verge of.
I understand, Master. I'll do my best to get you what you need. What are the limits when it comes to my approach?
Keep him alive, Helen. I find that psychological pain is the most valid approach. He cares more for his rebel allies than he does for himself.
Then I will threaten the rebellion's very core. I'm grateful to have this opportunity, Master. Things are starting to line up well for me.
Man, just when I was thinking how cool Howland is, he had to show more of an evil side.
They tend to do that when you have the Triumvirate's blessing. We should take care of this immediately and catch them unprepared. Every moment we waste is a moment they gain, Halen.
They leave the room together, talking amongst themselves. The triumvirate waits until they're gone before speaking. A faint smile on their faces as age-old plans come to fruition.
So it's finally going to happen, isn't it? What we've been waiting for all these years. Do you think we should tell Sophie our true plan?
Pauline entered the prison cell without Sophie at his side. His master remained outside as a pseudo-display of trust. But it was evident to Pauline that no trust existed. The prisoner looked up, surprised to see a different face. Yet within him was still a slowly dwindling hope. Cut off from the rebellion, these would be his final days.
So, someone different has finally come. What are you, the executioner or something? I figured it was only a matter of time.
Actually, Sophie said to keep you alive. You seem to underestimate your value, Shane.
You think I'm important? That's not what I expected to hear.
Don't take it the wrong way. You must not know what I meant.
He knelt down in front of the prisoner. With a sinister smirk, he tried to intimidate Shane.
You're important as a bargaining chip. And the fact I must keep you alive is a curse. When I'm through with you, you'll beg for death.
His voice is so sultry. Wow, so good.
You see, I'm different from Sovi. He's past the bar. They no longer need to test him. But I'm in the position where results must happen. When we give you back, you'll be a broken man. And soon after, the foundation of the rebellion will crumble. You think we don't know that Damek is your leader?
What?
Shane's eyes shot wide open in utter shock. It seems that Helene's threats worked to great effect.
You'd be stupid not to think we have inside men. I could order Damek's execution in a matter of seconds. You don't value your life, but you value his. Good. Now, I expect you to answer my questions. The Blade of Exodus, is it in Valinor Village? And the one who can wield it, do they live there as well?
By the time we catch up with Ulric, it's already too late. His lord's blade is in deadlock with one of the enemy's soldiers. Melissa draws her daggers, and I hold out my sword, ready.
We order you to cease your resistance! Those who support the rebellion must perish!
To break the deadlock, Ulric kicks his opponent in the gut. He stumbled back and readied the blade with a flourish. It isn't much longer until they charge towards him again.
Valessa, your dagger!
Ulric jumps out of the way and rolls towards us. Landing on his knees, he pries one of the daggers from her grip. Without even looking, he throws it behind himself. He closes his eyes and looks down at the ground. When he hears the impact of the dagger, his ears fold back. For a moment, it looks like he's actually sad.
Spirits, please forgive my misdeeds. I acted only to protect those under my watch.
Ulric cares about the spirits? For some reason, I didn't expect that. But before I can think about this further, something happens. Catching Valisa and I off guard, we're in complete disbelief.
Huh?
He notices the shocked expression on both of our faces. Rising to his feet, it's not long before he wears the same look. The enemy soldier fell, as expected, but there was nothing inside. Scattered pieces of armor litter the ground. As we process this revelation, confusion soon assails us. This was no ordinary attack. What we just saw was impossible.
What's going on? Ulric, what are those things?
I don't know. Come closer, you two. This doesn't feel right. Empty suits of armor with a hatred for the rebellion.
Only those who've mastered the spirits could do this. I'm afraid this is much larger than we thought.
But that can't be true. The spirits are pure. They aid us.
Yeah, sure looks like they wanted to help. That's not my only concern, though. Look at this.
She scoffs as she steps towards the helmet. Kneeling down, she pulls her dagger out of it.
Do you recognize these colors, Ulric?
No, why would I?
Gold and white. The triumvirate standard. I would have never made such a deduction, but only they could wield the spirits in this fashion.
What's the triumvirate?
Our supposed protectors. Some even the creators of Alestia. I have no idea why they'd want to do this to us.
Wouldn't be the first time they attempted occupation. They hinted that the rebellion was involved here. Valessa, do you know anything about that?
I don't. So much has changed lately. With our last elder gone, Miles has been in charge. Maybe he has something to tell us.
It's worth a shot. We should see if he's alive. Protecting you is my goal, but now I want answers. If anyone knows about this, it would be him.
To the elder's house, then.
Yeah.
follow after Valisa and Ulric. We walk along the circular road surrounding the water tank. I make note of it for later. It might help put out the flames. More suits of armor litter the ground. There's so many of them. It makes me feel a bit hopeful, like we stood a chance. The village wasn't defenseless, and this was proof.
Aren't you glad we waited now? If we rushed in head first, we'd be dead.
Then where are the villagers' bodies? I only see the suits of armor lying around.
That was a good question, actually. No blood, no signs of a major struggle. Only the fire, and the glistening of the white armor.
That's a good sign. Then they won and fled to safety. Are there any havens in Valenorth?
I'd say the Elder's house and the Grand Tree. The fire may not have reached either yet.
Wait, how many people can fit in the Grand Tree?
Hundreds, easily.
Not as good of a sign as I thought. The enemy could be trying to round everyone up, put them all in one place before killing them.
That's dirty.
But it works. We still don't know what they're after. It can't be genocide. It must be something else. Does Valenorth have anything the Triumvirate would want? Did the change in leadership bring anything with it?
Like I said, we'd have to talk to Milas. But I doubt he'd be at the Grand Tree.
You look at each other, and then look at me. You could tell that Valisa was pushing us towards Milas. Well, that's because she knew this was a vision.
But what if there are people in the Grand Tree? Is Milas more important than all of them? It would be cold to let everyone die.
Ulric, this is larger than Valenorth. Especially if it involves the rebellion. Information could save entire villages.
I don't like what you're suggesting.
Like it's any better than what you suggested? Using the people as pawns to buy us time? How is this any different?
They fume at each other, but realize it's a stupid argument. In the midst of this battle, nothing was so black and white. Though I find it odd that Ulric switched viewpoints so fast.
This is a matter of Valenorth's future. Such things are under the jurisdiction of the Seer. I stand by his side, and you stand by both of ours. That is, unless you want to abandon your job. But that wouldn't look good on your perfect record.
I guess you can fight dirty too. I don't like this, but you have me by the throat. I can only hope that you make the right choice.
He stares at me with a serious look on his face. Talk about putting me on the spot. But if this was my role, I had to fill the shoes.
What are we going to do?
I'm gonna make a separate save slot. Because this feels like a very important choice. Man, I'm thinking, and as important it is to get information, like going out to Milas, focus on lives, go to the Grand Tree. Man, I'm trying to interpret this right, but if we go to the Grand Tree, are we gonna focus on saving everyone? You know what? Yeah, we're gonna focus on saving the lives in the Grand Tree. Visit or not, I couldn't let all those people die. It was my duty to save as many people as possible.
Good to know we're on the same page. Miles can't be the only one with information.
Oh, whoops, Did I accidentally skip dialogue?
Are you sure about this? Remember what we talked about?
Okay, I didn't. Must have been a glitch. I nodded and reiterated my stance on the matter. Nothing was more important than saving innocent lives. All the better if some of them had important information. We changed our course and headed to the Grand Tree. I didn't feel good to abandon Miles, but we had to. This was real. I'd use the future to cheat the present. That brief pop-up of her character, her sprite, is really throwing me off. In the present day, Damek found himself lost in thought. Using the tunnels under Maazio for solitude, he found peace. There was much to plan, but for once they had the upper hand.
Valenorth, the Blade of Exodus. There must be something the spirits aren't telling us. Something we could use to take down the Triumvirate. When I touched the blade, I saw our victory, but I'm not trained to interpret such things. I pray for the cooperation of Valenorth.
One of his advisors approaches, careful not to startle him. When he realizes he's detected, he lets out a soft yawn.
Another one of those sleepless nights, Damek? I can't blame you. It's been the same with me. Did I hear you say something about Valenorth?
Yeah, I was thinking out loud. In Valenorth, there's a person who can peer into the future. That's why I had Pro bring the blade there last week.
I'm aware of their culture, but their seers use spirits, not a blade. Do you think it will be that easy?
Worth a gamble, isn't it? It's not my place to wield knowledge of the future. But the seers are experts, conditioned from birth. Pro has sent word that the current seer is male. His investigation is progressing slower than I'd like. We need to pick up the pace, and fast. Now that they have the blade, they're a target. The Triumvirate is likely planning their attack as we speak. That's why I've decided to send an experienced fighter.
I guess that's me.
I've had the Mayor of Maazio write up a decree. It will allow you entry and the ability to complete what Pro started. On paper, and to everyone else, it's a simple export. Only Miles knows the importance of this blade. All you have to do is deliver it from Valenorth back to me. That is, with the seer at your side, Ulric.
You seem to think that will be easy. It's not likely they know the truth of Valenorth. I can bring the seer, but they'll just decline.
Present yourself as a mercenary, not a rebel. Tell them a meeting of importance is happening in Maazio. We want their ability to help with some important decisions.
Dishonesty. Great way to start a partnership.
It worked for us, don't you remember? Look at how invaluable you've become.
Ulric laughed and turned to look at the dark depths of the tunnels. At the moment, everything ahead seemed bleak and uncertain. Having an ally cast light on that future would be a tremendous boon.
So this is it, isn't it? With the seer at our side, they can direct us. We can secure the victory that you witnessed.
I almost don't believe it, but it's true. Though I have to be honest with you, Ulric. There's a reason why I'm sending you instead of asking Pro.
And what's that?
He may not be strong enough to face what's coming. It's not just a hunch that Valenorth will be attacked. In our victory, I saw its death and destruction.
I see.
So I asked that you protect the seer and his allies at all costs. And when you come across Pro, have him join you as well. I'll make sure to prepare an exquisite welcoming party.
I'll leave first thing in the morning. What did you see exactly?
Nothing you can't fight your way out of, but trust me, it will show them the truth. And when you get back, they'll be ready to fight. But promise me one thing, and one thing only. That along the way the seer touches the blade. If he can wield it, then we have our greatest weapon.
We enter the grand tree, thankful that it's not ablaze. Something else immediately stands out. It's empty. Uh-oh. The survivors that we hoped to see were nowhere to be found.
Empty, huh? Just what the hell is going on here?
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Where are all the villagers? There must be something here.
Something like what?
Ulric, the triumvirate is burning down Valinor. They seem to think we're caught up with the rebels. Thinking there's no evidence? That's stupid.
She starts pacing around the grand tree, mumbling. I can tell she's searching for something, but I don't know what. I look at Ulric and he shrugs, just as concerned as me.
Look, maybe Milos knew we'd come here. He must have left something behind for us, right? There's no survivors here, so we're back to evidence now.
Ulric sighs and starts looking around as well. Whatever it is that Valesa wants to find, hopefully it's here.
None of this is helping, Valesa. It's a tree. Nothing more, nothing less.
No, there has to be something here. Come on, Seer. Give us a hand.
Oh, the exploration tutorial. Click the icons of your comrades to initiate a conversation with them. Books. Some locales are divided into multiple areas. It is optional, but highly recommend that you talk to your comrades. Alright, let's talk to Ulric. Find anything useful?
No, there's not much here. But I guess if we spread out, we stand a better chance. Not that there's too much ground to cover.
What should I look for?
If I knew, we'd have found it already. Valesa seems to think Milos left something behind, but he isn't dumb. He wouldn't leave stuff out in the open. If it were up to me, we'd all be long gone. I can't fight your choice, though. It's your village. Let's do our best to hurry and get out of here.
Have any theories about all of this?
Well, yeah, if the Triumvirate is truly responsible. Alestia is divided into 4 nations, right? Valinor, Mazeo, Alarinthia, and Baltius. Each nation has a general that serves the Triumvirate. They rule in their stead and make sure everything runs smoothly. Except, you guessed it, the Elder or General of Valinor. No one really knows why you remained untouched for so long, but the theory is that they don't want to anger the spirits. You know, because of all that spiritual energy residing here. So I'm thinking this is a power play. Take the 4th nation and control the whole world. They did the same thing to Mazeo about 20 years ago.
What happened in Mazeo?
The same thing that's happening here, but with less fire. They occupied the free town and placed a general in charge. They used terrible force, but the town improved because of it. I'll never agree with their methods, but Mazeo is peaceful. If they're burning villages down now, though, unforgivable. Perhaps the rebellion isn't in the wrong after all.
Let's get to know Ulric more. Where did you come from?
Huh? You mean today, or in general?
Where were you born, I mean?
Actually, I come from Alarinthia, practically born with the blade in my hand. A figure of speech, of course. Don't picture that. Eventually, you grow up and need money of your own. I took the first ship to Mazeo and started selling my sword arm. I don't miss that place at all. disgustingly warm and humid.
Oh, I would hate to live there too then. Is there lots of competition as a sellsword?
The weak die out pretty fast, so not really. I'd say there's always a stable top 10 list. If someone isn't on it, they aren't worth your time.
Are you on the list?
Very funny. A joke question. I'll pass.
He isn't. Oh, I feel kind of bad saying that now.
The weak die out pretty fast, so not really. I'd say there's always a stable top 10 list. If someone isn't on it, they aren't worth your time.
That seems pretty shallow.
Hey, we're talking about putting your life on the line. Do you really think you'd want protection from a nobody?
That's kind of what's happening right now? Oh, no. I would never say that to Ulric. He seems like a cool guy. My first impression of him, he's cool. You're right. I'm sorry.
As you can tell, I'm very passionate about this. Comes with the territory of being in the top 10. Though after this, I hope to rise a few ranks.
Hope someday you become number 1. Does your family miss you?
No, I'm with my true family in Mazeo. We have a different concept of family in Alarinthia. You choose your family, and members come and go. When I left Alarinthia, I left that family behind. I made a new one in Mazeo, and they're no less important. We don't go by blood in Alarinthia, but by choice.
What happened to your birth family then?
They died during one of Alarinthia's tournaments.
Oh,
What stung worse is that they made it to the final round. Alarinthia holds tournaments for the throne, not elections. But that's not why I left the nation at all. I heard about this in a letter a few years back. Haven't been home since and don't plan on going either.
what's it like in Alarinthia?
Completely different than what you think. We recognize power, not lineage, or claim to the throne. Or I guess they do, since I no longer live there. Instead of elections, there's a tournament every few years. Only the strongest tribe wins the right to rule Alarinthia. Of course, the rule is always contested shortly after. It's good not to make any close friends. You never know who you'll have to put to the blade. It's a culture of war, and only the strongest prevail.
What a horrible place. I'm glad to live in Valinor.
No offense, but you have it pretty easy here. This is a paradise compared to what I had in Alarinthia. I mean, present circumstances excluded, of course.
What are your thoughts on our culture?
It's not like anything I've seen before. So in tune with the spirits, you let them govern you. The rest of Alestia has history in their own hands. Not that it's a bad thing, of course. It's just different from the rest of the world. From what I've seen, the spirits have a good grasp on things.
So you'd live here if you had the chance?
Well, let's not jump to conclusions. I'm a sellsword. There's no business in peace for me. After I retire, though, it's always an option. If I live long enough to retire, that is. My business isn't exactly the safest in the world. What's going on here is pretty good proof of that.
That's about it. I'm gonna save on a different file. I walk over to the altar in the grand tree. There's a book sitting there, its pages spread open. At first glance, it looks completely unimportant. I flip a few pages and then I realize There's a small piece of paper hidden between a few pages. It was important enough to hide, so I quickly read the contents.
Milus's note. Recently, the Rebel Alliance has reached out to me. At first, I pushed them away, thinking them little more than a rogue group of bandits. But they said they knew the truth about my father. How could they know? In my situation, it was hard to resist temptation. I had to ask them exactly what they knew. The truth shocked me, and I have yet to tell anybody. I might take it to my grave. It's not the truth I expected, but it did shake me to my core. My father was in the middle of an important task. As his son, I felt that it was my duty to help finish it. I have no hatred for the Triumvirate. This is simply a matter of familial ties. Were anybody posed with such a situation, I doubt their actions would differ from mine. It doesn't seem too difficult either. They've given me a blade and tasked me with protecting it. In the next little while, they will send an envoy to pick it up. At that point, I am to send someone special with them. I must keep their name secret so nobody finds out. This envoy, however, will be coming any day. I can't wait to meet him. I've been told that he knew my father, and he would have all manner of stories to tell.
Oh. Well, for one thing, I'm glad I didn't have to voice that. And another thing, we found, what we need to continue the story. I don't want to show the book yet. I want to continue exploring and see what else I can find. This light isn't from outside. The tree's actually bioluminescent. One of the spirit realm is the cause. Oh, bioluminescence sounds pretty. Like, I wanna do something like that for the Animal Lands. Have like a bioluminescent heavy forest. That way, I can give the world a more to help the Animal Lands feel more like a fantasy world. There's a bright light coming from deep within the tree. I'm not sure how to explain it, but the tree is glowing. They say that nature is a container for spiritual energy. That's why Valinor is so in tune with the spirit realm. Because it's the only forested area in all of Alistair. The rest of the world has been deforested and settled upon. No. Man, I hate deforestation. I understand if we need to for a good reason, but not when it's unnecessary. Can I examine this? Oh, this is, we need to continue. The vines underneath the altar are huge. This tree must be thousands of years old. I wonder then, if it predates the Triumvirate. There's a spot that looks weak. I move some vines aside and find a little alcove. Part of me hopes that survivors are hiding down here, but there are none. There's a pile of old dusty books. At the moment, none of them seem relevant. So I'm not gonna take it with me?
Milus's note. Recently, the Rebel Alliance...
Let's talk to Valesa now. Find anything useful?
I wish. This whole place is a mess. Honestly, I don't even know what to look for. Milas isn't stupid, though. He'd leave something.
That's a cute sprite of her. Artwork? How long has he been the Elder?
Honestly, only a few months. He was thrust into the position against his will. Something happened to his father, the previous Elder. But he's done such a good job, it's crazy. The leadership of Valinor did not skip a beat. He must have been training under his father.
Don't speak too soon. Look at what's happening.
Sorry, I guess you're right. I'm not really treating this as real. It's something you learned to do early on. But this seems premeditated, to say the least. That triumvirate must have been planning this for a while. Milas taking over? I doubt that's directly related.
You seem to think highly of him.
He's performed admirably for the position he's in. I doubt even a full election would find a better candidate. I was scared for a while, but he really filled the role. He didn't want to do it, but he kind of had to. It all happened so fast. I'm not sure of the specifics, but it was seamless. You almost couldn't notice.
Well, life puts you in some crazy situations.
I agree, but I feel a bit sorry for him. You can see it in his eyes. It stresses him out. Maybe we can find someone more willing, you know? But we can worry about that after this is over. There's lots to do, and we can't even find him. I really hope that nothing bad has happened.
So we've known each other our whole lives?
Yeah, it's just like I said. For better or worse. I was trained to be your scribe from a young age. We've been inseparable ever since. It's not exactly what I grew up wanting, but I'm not in a position to shun Valinor's tradition. Besides, I could think of people much worse to serve.
What are scribe's duties?
Actually, you're seeing them firsthand. Imagine how confused you'd be without me. We're supposed to guide you through these visions. But when you wake up, you also need to report to me. Or, I guess you can report to Milas in these dire circumstances. Either way, I help you in here and you report out there. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't remember this. You'd wake up, shrug it off, and go about your day. Imagine what would happen to Valinor then.
Seems like you're almost more important than me.
Of course not. We're two sides of the same coin. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to do anything without you. A scribe would do little good without visions to inhabit.
Well, I appreciate having you around then. Out of curiosity, are you the only scribe?
Yes and no. Actually, it's pretty technical. I'm your only scribe, but there's also a scribe in training. His name is Fortum, and he's prepared to take over if needed. It's a recent addition to the ranks, but it helps out a lot. Without a scribe, your abilities would be pretty useless. Having someone fully trained means no one misses a beat. Imagine if you had this vision while I was gone. Just from that, I think you can gauge Fortum's importance. He's a nice guy too, but I'm sure he's long since fled. I'm sure you'll meet him when you get out of here. He tends to knock on your door first thing in the morning. So, let's focus on the matter at hand, alright?
Yeah, let's get back to the matter at hand. So, examine this again,
Milas,
skip this, and let's continue the story. This is it. This is what we needed. I call over Ulric and Valesa, showing them what I found. Ulric seems tensed up and even a little anxious.
So Milas was working with the rebellion. Apparently, he was sheltering a blade. Could that be why they attacked us?
Doing all this for a blade? Let's be realistic, Valesa.
It must have been very important. I'm assuming Milas took it with him. I don't see any blades lying around here. But about this envoy he mentioned, and this supposed special person. Ulric, why did you lie to us?
It's true, anybody would have figured it out by now. He seems to admit defeat and closes his eyes. Almost like he didn't want to see us as he spoke.
We didn't think you'd come if you knew. I tried to hide it, but I guess there's no point anymore. After seeing this attack, I need to request your help. This is far from the first village they'll raise. They're up to something much bigger. That's why you wanted to come here, right?
Yeah, you're right. There's little time to argue and nowhere else to go. It looks like you got what you needed, Ulric. Let's get back to the town square. We'll exit the village through Main Street.
We nod and make our way out of the grand tree. I smile softly, as his knowledge would be invaluable. We had probable cause of the attack and knew Miles' involvement. As soon as I woke up, I'd have everything I needed to help Valinor. The flames have spread, but it's not too bad. I need to make sure I don't inhale too much smoke. As we take slow, cautious steps, my mind is conflicted. There's one thing I can't seem to get off my mind. This blade, or whatever. Was it worth all this? Destroying an entire culture over something so simple?
Sorry, I can't see all that well. You two will have to lead the way. I'm not as familiar with the surroundings.
We crouch and make our way through Valinor. I have a rising urge to cough, but I try and hold it back. We wouldn't want to make it this far and get caught. The water tank is cracking and leaking its contents. A small stream trickles down through the village. This would be our best tool to hinder the flames.
This isn't right. Not at all. Where is everyone, Ulric? There's not a single body.
Like I said, they probably fled to safety. We need to do that too, and fast. There's nothing left for us here in Valinor.
It doesn't make any sense, though. Think about it for a second. In that alcove, we heard screams. The people of Valinor were dying. Not only burning, but getting attacked. There should be bodies all over the place.
Oh. I pressed right click on accident. She was right, and it bothered me as well. The current scene didn't match what we heard. Was it possible for visitors to warp this way?
What are you suggesting, Valessa? Do you think they stole the bodies?
If they did, there'd be blood. There's nothing, not even a trace. Doesn't make any sense, Ulric. We have protocols for this kind of emergency. There should have been people in the Grand Tree, even if it was those too stubborn to shun tradition.
Why is it so important, Valessa? You seem to think everybody disappeared. We should go to Peregrino. There must be survivors. I doubt we'll find answers in Valinor. We're on the right track, so let's not waste time. We can reach Peregrino in a couple of hours.
It made sense, and finally our goals aligned. Searching for information and getting to safety. Survivors could be our biggest source of information.
Besides, I'm sure that Miles will be there. He can tell you everything, Valessa. I'm sure he knows what's going on.
It's a good enough it's a good enough plan of action, and we nod to one another. But as we continue to move, everything changes. A laugh from atop the water tank, almost maniacal.
Such loyalty to the man who condemned you all. If you want to know where Miles is, I'd love to show you. I can even reunite you with the rest of the villagers.
We stop in our tracks and look up at the water tank. The silhouette of a man stands there, gripping a large blade. It's white and gold, with majesty embellished by the flames. Reminds me of the suits of armor we fought earlier. I have no doubt that there was some sort of relation. He must be looking at the man responsible for this. He jumps down from the water tank and lands with a roll. Take a few steps back, ensuring that Ulric remains in the front. If his job was our protection, now was the time to shine through.
What a pitiful little village. It's no fun when they don't put up a fight. Did you know what they did in their final moments? They called out to you, Seer. They wanted your help, and you let them down. I guess the stories I heard about you were wrong.
Sylvie, you already have the blade. Let us leave. We can resolve this peacefully.
No survivors. Don't you remember the rule? Like a garden, we have to pluck all the weeds.
Is that all these people are to you? Sylvie, they have a culture and history.
Yes, but it's not theirs that I'm interested in. In fact, I'm only here to claim the seer soul. Everything else was just for fun, for sport.
This becomes personal, as they seem to know each other. They both worked for opposing forces. I'm sure they fought before. It sickens me that he likens killing the villagers to a sport.
You don't mean...
My orders had nothing to do with burning down this village. I wasn't supposed to kill anyone unless I had to, either. But you know, my apprentice isn't very fun to train with.
Disgusting. Valessa, take the seer and run. I'll catch up with you at Peregrino.
Ulric pulls out his blade and assumes a fighting stance. Sylvie does the same, and their eyes meet in deadlock. I look at Valessa, and we nod before starting to run. Unfortunately, we don't make it very far. We hear Ulric scream and turn back to look. No! Sylvie smirks at us, his blade deep in Ulric's abdomen.
Where do you think you're going, you two? It would be rude to leave before I'm done with you. Watch, and you'll see why you can never win.
No, I don't like this. Oh, that sound. With a grin on his face, he twists the blade inside Ulric. Defying all possibility, the gear on the beast starts to spin. Soon after, everything is engulfed in a blinding white light. I'm sure he gets better. He got a sword. Excuse me. He got stabbed and his guts twisted. Oh, if this is a vision, and hopefully we see Ulric alive and okay.
Please, run.
We hear Ulric's final words as the light subsides. When everything is back to normal, he's completely gone. Please be a vision. Please let me wake up and see Ulric alive, please. No blood, no body, just Sylvie standing there with pride.
What? What did you do?
I put his spirit to good use, like I planned to do with your little friend.
He points behind us, and we turn to look. The scattered pieces of armor on the ground start to move. They assemble, forming bodies that move in a slow, stiff fashion. But after a few moments, the movements become more natural. It isn't much longer until an army of automations blocks our path. There was nowhere to go, so we blocked the other side.
You're using their spirits to power that armor. Does that mean we've been fighting our own?
Now you finally understand. The force of life itself bends to the triumvirate. There's no way that you could hope to stop us.
He takes slow steps towards me, holding out his blade. I finally understood why it was so important to the triumvirate. They could command an army of spirits simply by possessing it.
As soon as I harvest the seer's soul, I'll leave. Valessa, if you behave, I might let you go. Visit the rebels. Tell them what's coming.
This is it. If he attacked me, the vision would end. I was armed with all the information I needed to counter this attack. The true purpose, the major players, and even the nature of the blade. I was so certain of his victory, he had no idea. I took a step forward, embracing what was to come. When this future came for Valinor, we would be ready. He thrust the blade inside of me with little effort. The pain is so intense, but I'm overcome with hope. As my vision fades, I find the strength to say one final thing. Sorry, Valinor will never fall to you. My eyes shoot open and I instinctively clutch my gut. The pain from the vision lingers, pulsing through my body. Panting heavily, I squirm in pain, waiting for it to fade. I fall off the side of my bed and slam into the floor. Thankfully, this makes me fully lucid, stopping the pain. For a moment, it's as if I existed in both scenarios. I rise to a sitting position and focus on my breathing. Still in shock at what happened, my heart beats frantically. It takes a while before it slows down, but I happily wait. When these negative feelings subside, I stand up. The vision I just experienced plays on a loop in my head. I had to warn Milas. I had to ensure this didn't happen. I have to make sure Ulric doesn't die. A knock sounds on my door, and I lock up in fright. After what I just saw, my mind is filled with anxiety. Thankfully, as a voice calls out to me, I'm put at ease.
Hey, Seer! Open up! Don't make me wait all day again!
It's for me. He's my best friend and Valesa's student. As my scribe, she had to train a backup, so to speak. A terrible scenario to plan for, but it had to be done. I rushed over to the door and quickly unlocked it. Welcoming him in, I noticed a huge grin on his face. I feel relaxed. It's a brief reminder of safety.
Did you just wake up? Oh, jeez. I hope we won't be late. Don't tell me you forgot what day it is.
Wait, joking? Floaty? I guess I can start joking and floating with people. And as much as I would like to hear his reactions, I want to be genuine with my choices. I don't want to pick a choice just to hear the reaction, and I want to pick a choice judging by what I would personally pick if I were in this scenario myself. You'll have to refresh my memory for me.
Huh? Did you forget? Oh well, I don't blame you. There's lots going on lately. You're being officially inducted. You know, the ceremony to brand you as a seer? It should have happened ages ago, but stuff got in the way. Let's not delay it anymore, alright? Just sign this paper before we go. Milas wants it. Consent for the ceremony.
Oh, put my name in? Alright.
Thanks. This is exactly what I'll need. Put on something fancy. I'll wait outside.
I reach out to try and stop him, but he's already gone. It's for the better though, as he mustn't know what I saw. The only people authorized to know were Milas and Valesa. I would love to tell Ulric too, but I guess we can't. I walk over to my wardrobe to look for an outfit. As for me putting it out, I'm still in my small clothes. If it was a big day, I guess I'd have to dress the part. But what should I wear? Oh! Well, that's pretty cool that they give you both options, no matter what gender you pick. But me personally, I I gotta stick with menswear. Yeah, that should be a fine choice. I slip into the menswear and turn back to my room. I take in everything at once. It's a huge mess. What's in me for to me? We might be busy for a while. I should finish up any last-minute business while I can. But at the same time, I shouldn't keep him waiting for long. No major choices happened during this part, so I'll overwrite this file. I really hope I see Ulric again soon. I like him a lot. Not in the party. Oh, so there's 3 books I'll possibly find? It's a book on the true reach of the spirits. A very divisive topic, and one that's always debated.
The true reach of spirits. It is a widely held belief that plant life is a container for spiritual energy. Because this energy is so pure, residents of forested areas tend to lead a happier and more fulfilling life. While many are frightened at the ability for the spirits to influence our mood, they have yet to do so in a negative fashion. To this end, many people actively seek out homes in areas surrounded by nature and this positive energy. Whether negative or positive, being influenced with unknown intent is concerning to many people. It seems to be tolerated simply because the power helps in a beneficial way. What if the realm of spirits were to lash out and make us aggressive or worse? What if they are conditioning our minds to slowly bend to their will? At that point, they could make us do any manner of bidding. This is the thought that also keeps many away from such areas of Alestia. But as there are numerous large cities, finding a home that suits your belief is far from impossible. Many ask the Triumvirate to speak on this, but they remain ever silent on the matter. Is it possible that not even our rulers know the true nature of the spirits and their reach? August Veyer.
Interesting. Also, I didn't think my mic would pick up me refilling my cup of water. That honestly made a cool sound. So, Chad, what do you think of Winds of Change so far? I'm enjoying it. This is really intriguing. Before I continue, it's good? Yeah, this is pretty good. Chad, let me take a moment to share that I'm still inviting people to the Guardian Tales Discord. So, here's the link if anyone is interested. I'm an author working on a book, and I also do short stories. So I encourage anyone interested in writing stories to join the Guardian Tales Discord so we can talk about being an author, writing stories, sharing stories. We have other chat rooms for video games, D&D, etc. So check it out if you're interested. The town looks so peaceful and so quiet. It's a far cry from the way I saw it last night. Hopefully the visit was far off and not impending. Yeah, I don't want Ulric dying to happen sooner. I don't want him dying at all. This sword has been above my bed for as long as I can remember. It's ceremonial, and I couldn't really do anything in a fight. Fortamy gave it to me when we were younger. That's how we met. Thank goodness that hasn't fallen on my head while I slept yet. I really wish I could just hop back into bed, but I guess I have responsibilities and stuff. I shouldn't keep Miles in the dark for much longer. I was supposed to gather bags of grain for Miles. Valinor is self-sustaining, and we take turns harvesting. I think I have something more important to talk to him about. Heck yeah, I do. One of my books on the creation of Alastia. Algus Valier is one of the most famous scholars in the world. I tried to collect some of his works, but he wrote so much.
On Alestia's creation. There are many theories on when Alestia came into existence. None have any foolproof evidence and are merely based on personal belief and the conviction of the individual. The most popular, however, is the belief that the Triumvirate created our world. This theory is strengthened by the fact that no history or records of history exist prior to their rule. Therefore, the passage of time on our world is measured by how many years have passed since the first recording of known history, the Triumvirate's arrival. But, as the lack of evidence cannot be considered evidence itself, this is a topic of hot debate. The answer does not seem to be within our reach, and many scholars who dedicated their lives to this knowledge have since given up and moved on. As everyone on Alestia lives in a relative peace, these pursuits are considered a waste of time. If the Triumvirate truly did create our world, then we must thank them, for they are very generous and righteous gods. Perhaps one day, though, we will know the truth. Algus Veyer.
Well, I'm starting to see the Triumvirate are false beings of good and are trying to and are doing bad stuff. I never water this plant anymore, but it's still alive. Allegedly, plant life is a container for spiritual energy. It's odd, because in that case, plants are immortal. Man, if I had immortal houseplants, I would have them all over my apartment. I really like flowers and houseplants. Oh, the town looks so peaceful and so quiet. Oh, this window says the same thing. My cooking space is so messy. It's embarrassing. I'm glad Ford and me Eve didn't stay and visit. It would have been lecture after lecture. Guess I'm not the most tidy person in this world. How would I do cooking if all I have is a sink? That's strange. This bread is as hard as a rock, but I guess it's better than nothing. I'm in a hurry. I'll grab one to eat on the go. Hopefully I don't shatter any teeth. Already read that. Last time Vortimer came over, he left his journal. Of course he had nothing to hide, and he's always open. I often benefit from his writings. He's smarter than he lets on.
On scribes and visions. The scribe of Valinor is a very important position, and one not to be taken lightly. Tasked with hearing and interpreting the visions of the seer or seeress, they bear a large mental burden. The spirits have their own language, and many visions are cryptic in nature. Though visions have become more clear over time, they started out as a mess of metaphors and confusion. It's almost as if, over many years, the realm of spirits has found ways to communicate more efficiently. This is interesting for many reasons. We must wonder if the realm of spirits is a physical entity, capable of growing and learning. There is no real explanation for this growing level of clarity in communication. It is widely believed that the realm of spirits hosts the souls of those who have left our world, but nobody has ever actually communicated with the dead or seen a long-lost loved one. Instead, these spirits grant visions of the future to those capable of witnessing them. Almost like a warning, they've helped keep Valinor safe, and Alestia by extension. Either way, because the visions have become more straightforward, the scribe is more of a ceremonial position. Rather than carrying any real weight, it is just an attempt to continue Valinor's tradition. Recently, Valinor has given the scribe their own protege, someone to take over if the worst should happen. For this reason, I study valiantly under Valessa. Fortem.
Oh, Fortem! I don't know what is up with me mispronouncing names, even after I hear the proper way to say them. Um, uh, I think I looked through every bit of this place. Alright, let's save. And, oh, what does the red X mean? Have I not, oh, the carpet? This carpet is pretty luxurious. Valessa gave it to me. It sure beats walking on the cold wooden floor. Scribes go all out when it's their seer's birthday. There isn't much use for my armory right now. I already grabbed the suit, and that's all I need. But maybe I'll organize it more when I get the chance. I wish the tutorial would explain what this red X means. You are about to visit the world map for the first time. Click the question mark in the bottom corner for a tutorial. The story flow and exploits will be explained in more detail. Oh, cute. Oh, the X. Asked and answered. The story flow of each area. So, Main Street. Oh, the village before disaster. When I exit my house, I feel a wave of heat overtake me. The sun pierces through the canopy of Valinor with fierce intensity. Some of the residents use makeshift fans, looking utterly exhausted. Fortemi, however, stands there unaffected, with a huge smile on his— Fortame! Fortame! Ah, with a huge smile on his face.
Wow, I didn't expect you to dress that fancy. I'm a little jealous now. I feel underdressed. You should do my wardrobe next time we go out. Hey, are you okay? You look a little shaken up. Are you nervous about the ceremony?
I had a concerning vision last night.
Oh, I see. Perhaps we should find Valessa first. It must have been bad if you're acting like this. But hold on. Just remember the basics. Visions are never foolproof. They're always full of errors. It's like looking at a painting. It's up to interpretation. Everyone who looks at it would walk away with something different. Not that I have visions, I'm just trying to help. Valessa will make sense of everything you saw. I know it. Sometimes visions make mountains out of mud piles.
Fortame, it's worse than you think.
Whoa, really? Scare me half to death, why don't you? Let's put everything on hold then, and get Valessa. We're supposed to meet her in the town square. But if this is as bad as you say, you better tell me too. Not as a scribe in training, but as a friend. Got it?
I'll have to play it by ear for Tame.
Alright, I know how it is, and I understand. I know you wouldn't purposely put me in any danger, so whatever you end up doing, it's for the best, right? Anyway, we should head to the town square. With this vision business, we'll have a busy day. Don't waste too much time, alright?
Oh, Fortame has now permanently joined your party. A comrade joining your party also retroactively unlocks content. For example, you can bring Fortame to your home and talk to him there. It is a good idea to form a habit of revisiting previous areas. Wait, the game just told me he joined the party, and yet I can't talk to him. Oh man, I think I need a minute, Chad. I'm feeling a little woozy from the heat. I have my air conditioner on, but maybe I should turn it down. I'm gonna take a little break. Hey, hopefully I get over this heat, making me woozy. I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Getting up for a stretch and stand in front of the air conditioner for a bit, it helped a little. If I start to feel a little worse though, I may call it for the stream early. Good thing this is just a visual novel and not something intense like Paladins or Splatoon. This is Fort Tame's house, and it's in tip-top condition. It looks brand new. He must take very good care of it. As I get closer, I notice a book left out on his porch. It has his name on the front, so I can only assume it's his own work.
Visions and paintings. A vision from the spirits is apparently more like a painting. When a vision is over, a seer or seeress can often vividly recall the bigger picture, while smaller elements are lost in translation. For example, if the vision was about the death of a villager, that part would be clear. However, how they died and what reaction each individual villager had to their death would be unclear. Instead of knowing this information, it is more like a gut feeling or a single interpretation of the events. In some cases, it is as if the spirits send us a single picture of an event, and the seer or seeress goes on to act it out in a dream in whatever way they can make sense of it. If at any time there was more than one seer or seeress, it is likely that their interpretations of each vision would be vastly different. But as there is only one seer or seeress at a time, we will never be able to put this to the test. Instead, the scribe discusses each vision in depth with the seer or seeress, and they come to an agreeable interpretation. Oftentimes, the smaller elements are disregarded, and only the bigger picture is given any credence. Using the death as an example, we would only assume a death is coming to Valenorth. Digging into why it was going to happen would be impossible. Although, as the spirit's ability to reach out to us and communicate slowly increases over time, we have to wonder if soon these visions will be concrete, and interpretations would become a thing of the past. Fortem.
Wow, how profound!
Isn't that cool to think about, Seer? The spirits are artists, and your mind is the canvas. There's so much work required in interpreting visions. Of course, the spirits grow stronger every day. It's already gotten to a point where a scribe is near useless. I have more volumes written on the subject. I'm sure you'll find them. Can you believe how much stronger they've gotten, though? I wrote this book years ago and it's almost outdated. We've been able to witness so much growth in one generation.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, looks like this is the only book we can find in this area. Wonder why the spirits are getting stronger. Or maybe their grip on my mind is getting stronger. Either way, a lot of books on them are outdated. Even Fort Tame is struggling to catch up.
Visions and paintings. A vision from the spirit.
Oh. That's Valenor's post office at the end of the road. Village-wide notices are posted there, and we all have boxes. Sometimes it's easier to catch someone by mail when they're busy. I haven't checked my box in a while, but I rarely get any messages. I only really interact with Valesa and Fortame. We're gonna have to fix that. We gotta interact with more people. We can't carry out our duties unless we're together in person. If I got mail from someone else, it would likely be junk. If Miles needed me, he'd come to me in person too.
There's a village-wide notice posted about your induction. I think you'll have quite the audience later tonight, Seer. There's a big party planned afterwards too, dancing and all.
That sounds pretty awesome. I hope we're attending.
You bet! It's supposed to be the party of a lifetime. Quite literally, as there's only one seer or seeress per generation. If I were you, I wouldn't make any important plans tomorrow.
And then? The higher up you live, the more you have to pay. Houses up there with great views are way too expensive. Of course, the elder happily lives above everybody else. Thankfully, that's not reflected in the way he treats us. I noticed the streams of water are in full flow today. We siphon off water from falls higher up in the mountains. That's how we fill the water tanks each and every day. Each morning, every citizen does a water run, so to speak. These runs are a requirement for everyone in Valinor. Without them, the tank would overflow and flood our village. I should do mine before it gets too late, actually. One person might not matter, but that's a bad mentality. Yeah. You know, that reminds me of my hometown, and that the rich people that live in my hometown live up on the mountains overlooking the city. Okay, Isaac, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Tree branch? I often see Fortame up here, just passing the time. Climbing the trees of Valinor is his number one hobby. He always talks about how he'll climb the grand tree one day. I wonder if we're ever going to see any cat-like characters in this game. I see mostly felines. No, canines so far, but not a single feline yet.
Aw, are you thinking about me? I saw the way you looked at me just now. Give it to me straight. What's going on?
You're obnoxiously loud, Fortame.
I'll take that as a compliment, actually. The louder you are, the more fun you're having. You'll have to come and join me sometime.
Oh, he laughs and turns away from me. There's a hint of a blush on his face, but he covers it up. He's quite reckless in his youth, but isn't almost everyone? This is my home. There's not much more to say.
A bit bigger than my house, but mine has more rooms. Which is better, though? More rooms or more space? My interior design books don't really cover that aspect.
I definitely prefer more space.
So, you think more space is better? I guess you'll just have to invite me over more often. And if you ever change your mind, you're welcome at my place.
No,
A bit
oops.
bigger than my house, but mine has more rooms. Which is better, though? More rooms or more space? My interior design books don't really cover that aspect.
Both are great.
The master has spoken. I guess it's true, though. Work with what you have. And if you don't have it, someone else surely will.
In Valinor, we're very in tune with the spirits. Many believe that's because we're surrounded by nature. That is, however, except for the stretches of road we created. They're semi-recent, and they caused a pretty large uproar. Some thought it would lead to more and more deforestation. Thankfully, it never escalated, and became very convenient. It didn't harm our connection with the spirits either. In fact, over time, that bond only appears to get stronger. Well, good. Oh, yep, I can go to town square now. The town square is a serene and beautiful place, like usual. A far cry from how I saw it in last night's vision. I take a deep breath and relax. We're all safe. For now.
Hey, nice to see you again. I was starting to worry you might be late. Thankfully, we still have time to spare.
Oh, Valisa. She runs up to me and gives me a tight hug. I glance over at Fortame, and he appears embarrassed.
Oh my, is this a hint of romance I see? And in public too? People will start to talk.
Shut it, Fortum! Nobody asked you. I was just excited to see the seer. Remember how special today is?
She's just enthusiastic, Fortame.
Hey, I'm happy for you too. I was gonna hug you, I swear. But I guess there's more important matters at hand. Sorry for getting sidetracked. I'm all over the place. Do your thing. I'll be waiting over there by the tank.
He runs off to the water tank and rests against it. He's definitely out of earshot, so I could talk to Valesa. We need to meet up with Milas so they could hear about my vision.
I swear, Fortum can be so insufferable. Be glad you don't work with him as much as I do. He keeps things interesting, to say the least.
Oh, don't be so harsh on him.
Hey, I'm just joking around. We're best friends. We're supposed to poke fun. Either way, something about this doesn't add up to me. Fortum would never willingly walk away from us. He'd only do that if he's not allowed to listen in. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but you had a vision, didn't you?
Yeah, a really bad one, Valesa.
Oh, really? I knew something was off. You seemed different. I didn't want to bring it up, but now I know why. Should we go to the Grand Tree then? Might be good to discuss this in private. If I tell the villagers, they won't bother us.
No, we need to get to Milas, and fast.
Whoa, you're starting to creep me out, Seer. Involving the Elder? That's very serious. But I trust your judgment. I really do. Let's grab Fortum and head to Miles' place. If it's actually that bad, you should be there with us. Just promise me one thing. Do your best to keep calm. Some of the villagers are already looking your way. If they see you freaking out, they'll freak out too.
Valesa has now permanently joined your party. A new feature, Parallel Chronicles, has also been unlocked. A brief tutorial now will flow after this dialogue window. The world of Astia is a living, breathing place. Though the story takes place from your perspective, the large cast of characters is always up to something. In the top left of applicable maps, you can view subplots by clicking a character's icon. Hey, what are these two doing here? So we can see scenes from their perspective at points too? I wonder how that'll work. You can do these in any order, but it is recommended to do them in the order you see them. Wait, so we can, look at what these two are doing right now? View Parallel Chronicle Damek 1? Ulric is with him, so yeah, let's look at this. Cool. Damek and Ulric gathered in the town square come morning. The road to Valinor would be long and fraught with danger. Man, I love these old medieval villages. All the woodwork and the flags. It still has its charm. Oh, the road to Valinor would be long and fraught with danger, but this time Damek was certain he'd sent the right man. Huh? Oh, I looked over and my iPhone suddenly updated. I was wondering why I was seeing some weird text.
Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? It's not too late to ask for some escorts.
Yes, Dominic, stop asking. I'll be fine. And I'm well aware of the dangers. Bringing more people would just put them in harm's way.
Well, forgive me for caring. I just wanted to make sure you're comfortable. If the attack is imminent, you'll have to rush.
I expect it'll take me under a day. I'll arrive in the dead of night or maybe early morning. Seeking out the seer will be the first thing I do.
Fantastic, then things will go perfectly. Make sure to give the rest of the town a heads up. You can all evacuate together. You'll blend right in. But remember, you need to stop by Milas and grab the blade. Otherwise, the Triumvirate will seize it when they attack. If I'm honest, I don't think we stand a chance without it.
I can't believe they're attacking Valenorth. The occupation of Mazeo is still so fresh. Thankfully, they haven't found us yet.
Right under their noses, just as we should be. I'm going to meet with the mayor after this, actually. I'll see about fully claiming those underground tunnels. Whatever they were digging for, they've stopped. I think it would make a fine base of operations. Getting the deed shouldn't be too difficult.
Wait, you mean we'll have a new home? No more sleeping on the hard tavern floor?
Never again. It's time we get established. I have some large shoes to fill as the general. The first step is finding us a fitting home.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. But one last thing before I go. Is it true what I've heard about Milas?
Absolutely, so please be kind to him. He'll be a valuable ally in the coming days. Best of luck on your vacation, Ulric.
Trust me, I wish that's what it was. But I'll try retrieving the seer and the blade as soon as possible. Good luck with the mayor. I think you'll need it. But coming back to a home with an actual battle plan? It's starting to feel like our cause has some real weight to it. I feel bad for doubting you, Dominic. You're doing a great job.
Meanwhile, I guess we'll view Sovi's Parallel Chronicle 2 while we're at it. Sovi entered the chambers of the Triumvirate unprompted, for Harleen had extracted the information they desired. They raised their hurts and turned to him, scoffing, a hint of aggression on their quickly concealed faces.
Sophie, what is the meaning of this intrusion?
Halen has finished his interrogation, Masters. I thought it would be wise to relay the results. Unless you were plotting behind our backs.
We would never do such a thing. Information is granted to you as we see fit. If you are left in the dark, it is not permanent. But please, tell us what Halen discovered. We have a feeling our theories are similar.
Yes, of course. The Exodus Wielder is located in Valenorth. I am ready to launch our attack at a moment's notice.
Good. Then it is time you hear the rest. Valenorth is just a small part of our larger plan. We see no more reason to withhold this information.
That much was obvious, Masters. Why did you keep it from me for so long? Halen and I are more than loyal enough.
Sophie, this is not a matter of loyalty. We are sure you'll understand when you hear. It would not be wise to doubt our word.
Yes. My apologies. Nobody likes being left in the dark. I will ensure my words sound less doubtful. If there is a greater plan at play, I am honored. I find no greater pleasure than serving your cause. So please, tell me what you wish, and it will happen.
We've led you to believe that Valenorth is our goal. However, it is just the beginning of a much larger plan. Today, you will learn the true nature of the spirit realm.
Spirit realm, Water runs down the side of the tanks at a steady rate. That's a sign that it's gone full and requires attention. For a moment I'm glad that so much water is in the center of Valinor. If we could somehow redirect the flow, it could easily combat fire. There's a book sitting here. It's red and stained. Most likely water damage due to its proximity to the tank. When I approach it, Fortame laughs and apologizes to me.
Sorry, I think I dropped that when I was waiting. It's something I picked up from Mila's house a few days ago. You're free to take it. I have no use for it anymore.
Mysterious Mazeo. When the Triumvirate occupied Mazeo almost 20 years ago, many people wondered if they did so with an ulterior motive. On the surface, it looked like they wished to rid the region of piracy and those who would break the law. While it worked, many believed that the Triumvirate was slowly becoming tyrannical. There is one very peculiar thing, however. Their general, or mayor, is almost never seen, and the same goes for the honor guard they've placed in Mazeo. Hundreds of soldiers, almost never walking in the light of day. Instead, I've had several reports tell me that they dig in the night, deep underground, as if they're searching for something of importance. Could this be what they wanted Mazeo for? I've branched out of Valinor and started corresponding with some people of note in Mazeo. It seems that even if it had a positive impact, many are against the idea of a forceful occupation. One city, and then the world. I suspect that the people in opposition will soon form their own army. It seems like they want to take Mazeo away from the Triumvirate and place it back in the hands of the people. A noble cause, I say. Valinor must never meet Mazeo's fate. The Elder of Valinor.
Water often spills out and gets the ground wet. It's mushy and soft to the touch. Gross.
Ugh, your shoes are so messy. And just before your big ceremony. Back away and watch your step.
My bad. Oh, the ground here is paved and dry. It's not wet like the rest of the soil. This would be the best place for me to stand. Houses near the tank are reserved for the elderly. Something about minimizing travel time to our water source. Of course, houses near here are way too humid to be comfortable. But for some reason, they don't complain and happily reside inside.
Try not to waste too much time here, Seer. I'm dressed in layers, and this humidity is gross. Wouldn't want to ruin my outfit before your ceremony.
Alright. These eaves carry water from the falls to the tank. It's completely self-sustaining and requires little upkeep. We just have to empty the tank each morning to get our fill. It's something we can't live without, so it never goes unused.
Hey, I guess you didn't get to do your water run. You should do it as soon as you get a chance. I finished mine up just before you got here.
I really should go and do that. Yeah, that about covers everything in this area. I hope I didn't overlook anything. We can go to Milos' house now. I actually want to go back to the main street and
Hey.
yeah, we can talk to Velisa. Are you all prepared for the ceremony?
Yeah, definitely. I've been preparing for weeks. It's not too complicated, at least for me. It might be a little harder for you. But basically, just recite after Milos. After that, it's one big celebration. My role is minimal. This is your special day. As long as you can handle the spotlight, you're good. You won't have to memorize anything or make a huge speech.
Ooh, that's good. How long does it last?
This only happens once a generation, so I'm not sure. But I've heard that it goes until the sun starts to rise. That's a bit too much for me. We'll see how long I can last. From what I've seen, you're pretty stressed today. I think the ceremony and the party will help you unwind. After it's done, we can take care of whatever we need to.
All night? I'm not a party animal, though. When does it start?
As soon as the sun starts to set. So likely we still have a few hours. Plenty of time to meet with Milas.
Okay. What's the whole purpose of this ceremony?
You pledge yourself to Valinor and its protection. Until the end of your days, you'll serve our village. In return, you pretty much get to live a life of luxury. The benefits are amazing, and a long time coming. I hear you'll get a house near Milas and loyal servants. You have to be stress-free. Mental strain affects visions.
Isn't that a bit excessive?
It might be, but that doesn't mean it's not awesome. You're the most important person in Valinor, remember? You should be treated with as much respect as possible. I'm sure you can turn that stuff down, but it'd be the first time in history that anyone did. I think you need to take it, and get rid of your stress.
Do you like living in Valinor?
Yeah, of course I do. It's so peaceful, and everyone is so nice. I don't think Valinor has any real downsides. We're not plagued with piracy like Mazeo. Our hierarchy works, and we're always stable. If I ever got the chance to leave, I doubt I would. That's partly why I've never left the village. I know that Peregrino is out there in Salberg, but I've only heard stories. I've never actually been.
I think I'm good. Talking to her for now. Wait, who's that? Pro 1? Pro slammed his hand of cards down on the table. His opponent scoffed and shouted accusations of cheating. He smirked as he made his way to the bar, laughing them off. With his newfound riches, he'd celebrate over a drink.
Only when they lose do they accuse me of cheating. Where I come from, it's called a sore loser, Aaron.
Wait, is that Lucen? He sounds like Lucen.
It's only being sore if you're not cheating. Pro, are you swindling people in my tavern again?
Now, that's such a terrible way of putting it. There's nothing wrong with using sleight of hand to win. I like to think that they're paying me for my awesome tricks.
And taking it out on me and my tavern. Yeah, I can see why you think that's so much fun. You're not the one who has to clean up after the brawls.
Trust me, I'd kill for a brawl right now. And remember, this isn't your tavern.
Sure it is. Has my name on the deed and everything.
Oh yeah? Say that to Domic's face. He's only keeping you open as an intermediary. We need a neutral place between Mazeo and Valinor.
Trust me, Pro. I'd manage just fine on my own. Most people come here for the drinks and the fun. Domic's support is a bonus, not really a necessity. Besides, how is your investigation going? Weren't you looking into the seer or something? Hard to do that when you play cards all day.
You think I'm playing, but I'm secretly listening. Your patrons have given me a great deal of information.
So you're stealing that from them too? Are you ever gonna give anything back around here?
Yeah, I'm this close to making my move. There's this really cool sword being held in Valinor. I'm supposed to retrieve it along with the seer. Of course, that was almost a week ago. Damek is pretty impatient, so I better hurry. If I take any longer, he might send someone else.
Too late. I think he sent Ulric.
That's the smartest thing you've said. Not today or this week, just in general. It's not like that blade will come to you. Here, try this new ale that just came in. But after that, you really need to get to work. I'm afraid you're scaring away some of my business.
Yeah, I'll get right on it. At least let me write my boss first. There's a bunch of stuff he has to know.
You mean Damek? He's my boss too, you know.
Yeah, of course. I'll grab a paper, and you break out that ale. It better be as good as you're making it sound.
Okay, Pro is pretty cute. I'm liking him. But now I'm curious. Was that Lucinda Arts that voiced Pro? All cast and crew. Oh, it's on Chiplock. Okay, now I recognize it. Pro sounded pretty similar to Sean voicing Persona 5 Mishima. Yeah, Yuki. Oh, Son also voiced Sovi. That guy's got really good range. Jordan Moore voiced Ulric. Oh, according to IMDb, Winds of Change is Jordan Moore's first ever voice acting role. There's a lot of other voice actors that I don't recognize.
Hey.
Fortane, do you like living in Valinor?
Yeah, it's great here. Sometimes I wish I could leave, but it's dangerous out there. Mazeo is the closest city, and we all know what happened there. Balteus would be way too cold for me, and Dalarinthia would be way too warm. I think we have it perfect right here.
What can you tell me about Mazeo?
It's the trade hub of Alestia, full of docks and ships. I really hate talking about this, so I'll make it quick. It's been over 20 years since the Triumvirate occupied it. They put a trade ban in effect as soon as they did. It doesn't affect me too much, except for a type of apple. My parents used to treat me with them when I was younger. Hopefully one day they remove the stupid ban. They say it keeps order on things, but I'm not sure. More laws just means more rules to break, right? Anyway, yeah, Mazeo is a really interesting place. Everyone said the force they used to occupy it was justified. Eliminating piracy and bringing the law to Mazeo was necessary.
How do you like being a scribe in training?
It's pretty great, actually. Everything is given to me by Valenorth. Money, food, a house, you name it. I work with Valessa more than you, though. I'm kind of disappointed about that. We tend to roleplay real scenarios. She'll take on your role, and I'll take on hers. Playing a scribe for a scribe. Best possible training. Unfortunately, I doubt I'll ever be a real one.
How long have you been in training?
About 5 years less than Valessa. After the Triumvirate took over Mazeo, we were scared. So I think it was a worst-case scenario type of thing. Some people say that Mila's father trained him too. That's why he was able to take over so easily. That means he's like me, but for the position of Elder.
What happened in Mazeo?
You must be messing with me. Is this a test? I'd rather not talk about that, if it's all the same. At least approach the subject a little more casually.
Sorry about that. What do you do in your spare time?
Well, I really love climbing trees. Aside from that, I love reading and cleaning. It's a simple life here. But I have no problem with it. I have a lot of time off. Way more than Valessa. Honestly, I think I only do half of what she does. Just means I need to keep myself occupied. If you see me with cuts and bruises, don't freak out. I'm pushing myself to the limits, climbing bigger trees. Before you know it, I'll be on top of the Grand Tree.
Sounds fun. Maybe I'll join you.
Wait, seriously? That sounds awesome! I'll have to choose something easy then. I don't want to throw you right into it. Valenorth needs you, and I won't screw that up. But it might be fun having an apprentice to teach.
Alright, let's move on with the plot and go to Milas's house. Ooh. We entered Milas's house with an aura of purpose. Though they didn't know what I saw, they knew it was important. We see him shuffling papers at his table, oblivious to our existence.
Hey, Milas. We need to have a word.
He doesn't seem to respond and continues his business. Fortane seems anxious and taps his foot on the floor. A few moments later, Valessa gives up and interjects.
Milas, snap out of it. We need to talk about something important.
She slams a fist down on the table, startling Milas. He jumps back a few feet in fright and then laughs. Whatever he was looking at, it fully engrossed him.
You know what they say about death, right? When we die, we go on to live in the realm of spirits. With that logic, spiritual energy should be infinite.
Okay, I was imagining Milas to be much older. I did not expect, a young elder.
I'm not really sure how to respond to that. I mean, we've had seers and scribes for thousands of years. I'm pretty sure we'll have them for thousands more to come.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? Sorry for rambling, but we should all have a seat. I'm afraid things aren't going to go as planned.
He motions to the back of his house, a carpeted area. With no chairs in sight, it looks like we'd be sitting on the floor. We make our way over there, questioning just what he meant.
I think we were going to say the same thing to you. I mean, the seer had a vision last night. A big one. Hopefully, we have enough time to get through all of this.
Well, unfortunately, I'm past the point of subtlety. So, in the interest of time, I'll get right to it. The induction ceremony is henceforth cancelled.
Huh?
What? You can't be serious! You hype us all up and take it away? There better be an explanation for this.
Fortame is fuming with anger and very upset. Yes, Miles was right. Plans have changed. But the timing, along with my vision, was odd.
What's going on here, Miles?
I'm afraid that's a very complicated answer. Let's back things up a few moments. Seer, tell us about the vision you had.
I take a deep breath as we all sit down. That was the moment I told them everything. How Valinor was destroyed by the Triumvirate. I told them about the blaze and the agony. How the man who led the attack had a mystical blade. Not only did it kill Ulric, but it killed me as well. When I finished my story, I met with silence. They look amongst themselves in shock and confusion. That's fine. It was a lot to process all at once.
Just as I expected. It was only a matter of time before you saw it. That is, if the spirits truly cared about our protection.
Wait, slow down a minute. How do we know nothing was lost in translation? Remember how abstract visions are known to be?
I can confirm that an attack is imminent. Besides, Valessa, you know visions aren't like that. The spirits have gotten strong enough. That's no longer an issue.
But this can't be true.
It is. And unfortunately, it's just the start. But there are still some important matters at hand. Before I send you off, I'll tell you everything.
He smiles at each of us before taking a deep breath. I notice large bags under his eyes, signs of unrest. He must have been living with this secret for a while.
I didn't want to tell you until you needed to know. I'm just lucky that this vision waited until I was ready. The Triumvirate wants to occupy Valinor, as they did Mazeo. I know what you three lost in Mazeo, and I'm sorry, but what they plan to bring to Valinor is far, far worse. Punishment for my father's involvement with the rebellion.
Just like that empty armor seemed to imply. So Valinor did have some relation to the rebellion. And it wasn't just during Miles' sword reign either.
We're supposed to be nonpartisan.
Yeah, that's our whole deal. Why would your father do that to us?
I'll never forgive you, Miles. Your father is responsible for all of this? He betrayed Valinor the moment he helped them.
Understandable, but this is not my fault. Surely you know about my father's disappearance. But have you heard the stories of the recent rebel victory?
Rebel victory?
The blade that the seer mentioned. It was taken from the Triumvirate. Without it, they are weak and vulnerable. But it was not an easy feat to accomplish. In their pursuit of the blade, many people died, including the leader of the rebellion itself. The new leader, Damek, sent it here for safekeeping. I hid it in the grand tree where no one would find it. I want you to take it and seek out Damek in Mazeo.
Hey, slow down. This makes sense to you, but it's all a blur to us. Your father was one of the men that died to get this blade?
Indeed he was, Fortem. The rebel leader's death, my father's disappearance, I'm afraid those are intricately connected.
You mean?
Yes, I do. My father didn't work with the rebellion. He created it. The first allegiance in Valenorth's entire history.
Whoa.
He formed an allegiance with insurgents in Mazeo. Together, they grew and created a large army, large enough to steal the Triumvirate's sacred blade.
I don't understand why he'd do that. We're fine on our own. We always have been.
Times are changing and leaving us behind. I'm afraid that Valenorth is a dying culture, Valessa. What I am about to tell you must not leave this room.
What is it?
You know of Salberg, right? How it houses the spirit idol of Valenorth.
Yes, of course. But it's been blocked off for a long time. I've never gone to see a spirit idol in person.
I'm afraid it might remain that way. Seer, on the eve of your birth, it went dark. Valenorth is living on limited spiritual energy.
There's no way I believe that, Milas. Our connection with the spirits is eternal.
I wish that were the case, Fortem. It pains me to say this, but it's true. You are the last seer we shall ever have. Normally, the spirit idol chooses a child. That child is imparted with a surge of spiritual energy. When they pass away, it does the same to the next generation. But you, Seer, it gave everything to you. Like the spirit realm is making one final push. I don't know why, but I have my theories.
It sounds like the spirits have given up on us. Perhaps we took their gift for granted and abused them. Without that idol and their energy, what will happen to us?
I expect that Valenorth will become like any other nation. We'll take history into our own hands, rather than act on guidance. It's not a bad thing, and I don't think the spirits gave up on us. In fact, I think it's the opposite. They're placing all of their hope on us. The Seer and that blade can save us all.
Back to that blade again? What does that have to do with all of this?
It's not an ordinary blade, as you've been told. In order to harness it, you need remarkable strength. Or, in other words, a vast amount of spiritual energy. Seer, I think the spirits chose you to wield this blade. To take it, join the rebels in Mazeo, and defeat the Triumvirate. I know this is asking a lot of you, but we always follow their lead. Valenorth may be attacked, but we can rebuild from the ashes. Our true goal here should be the destruction of the Triumvirate. History should be in our hands, not in the hands of unjust gods.
So that's why your father formed this alliance? To take control of our history in the spirit's absence? And to make sure the Triumvirate doesn't dictate our future?
He wanted to strengthen our bonds with outsiders as well. Without visions, we have to take things as they come. Foresight helped us out, but we won't always have it. What we do have, however, is the potential of the Seer. I think that's why he sacrificed himself to get this blade. He knew that you'd be able to wield it and achieve liberation. Please, take the blade and flee to Mazeo. When the ceremony is supposed to start, I'll tell the people. They're all rounding up, so it'll be easy to evacuate. We might be a bit behind, but we'll meet in Mazeo. There's lots to plan, and little time to plan it. We'll need new homes and blades for any volunteers. As far as I can tell, this is not up for debate. If you think it is, then consider it an order from your elder. Leave as soon as you are able, and we'll meet again soon.
He stands up and walks away. Moments later, he's back to his usual business. We exchange glances with one another, overwhelmed.
Listen, I'm gonna try and be the voice of reason here. Milas said a lot of stuff, and it could be true or false. But if an attack is coming, we should go either way. Especially if there's a weapon we can use. I think we should grab it from the Grand Tree first. Again, not siding with anyone here, just using logic.
Yeah, you're right. We do the same thing, even if Miles didn't tell us to. Find something to defend ourselves with, and leave Valinor. But he said the spirits gave you all their power? And they cut their influence from Valinor for good? This changes Alestia's entire history, not just our actions. I can't say I fully understand, but it makes sense. Miles' father foresaw all this and took action. I feel hatred, but at the same time, I feel hope.
Let's take this one step at a time, Valessa. We'll grab the weapon and make our way out of here. The rest can fall into place as we move on.
We nod and we stand up as well. With an attack on the way, we had to move. Miles would take care of evacuating everyone else. And we got that blade first, so we couldn't use it.
So, to the Grand Tree then? I'll try to maintain one modicum of sanity. It's not like our lives were just turned around.
I'm sure we'll manage as long as we're together. I'm not giving up on any of you. I promise. There's nothing we can't do if we all pitch in. Let's go to the Grand Tree and get that blade.
Yeah, let's do it. Got some more Parallel Chronicles to view. Let's look at Damek first. Damek conversed with Grizz, the mayor of Mazeo. There was much to be done before the rebellion could settle down. First on his agenda was securing the city's underground tunnels. A place to operate in secrecy would be essential to their continued success.
Come on, Grizz, this must be possible. Even their honor guard barely monitors the place. When they do, they're oblivious to our existence. If we don't push them, they won't push back. Although, one final push might be required. Either way, we need that deed as a rightful claim.
Damek, for the last time, it's not so simple. If the Triumvirate knew I was helping you, they'd kill me. I wouldn't be surprised if they damaged Mazeo as well.
He's wearing a sheep pelt? I can't take this seriously. That poor sheep. Grizz looks really cool, but the sheep pelt around his neck just ruins it for me.
Oh, come on, it's not that risky. We'll operate silently. They'll never know.
Everything has a paper trail, Damek. They keep track of every step I take. At the end of the day, I'm still their general. I understand that you want those tunnels, but it would be too risky. They'd find us out. I'm not gambling with my life, understand?
With them, it's a gamble, I'll give you that. But with me, I'll have you know it's a certainty. I don't think you know how much we need those tunnels.
Damek, is that a threat?
Of course not. We're too close for that. Close enough that you won't have to find out. I'm sure we can come to some sort of deal.
Mazeo has rubbed off on you. I'd expect such tactics from pirates, not you. I have to say, you'd need something big to woo me.
Damek walks up to the desk and places some papers down. He looked up at Grizz with a smile, who returned only shock.
They dig for 20 years and find nothing. I use my forces and we find it in days. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is it.
Damek, I don't believe this. This is what I've been looking for. You must tell me where it is.
A deed might sweeten the deal for me. Besides, you can report this finding to the Triumvirate. They'll be so ecstatic they won't notice anything else.
It is a big deal, and it might sate them. But they'd likely send forces here immediately. You want me to put a target on your new HQ?
Actually, their forces will be preoccupied. I have word that they're undertaking another mission. We'll have plenty of time to occupy and fortify.
I can't believe you found it, Damek. If you want the deed, you must give me exclusive access. Nobody else can touch it. I have my plans, and that's final.
Real quick, look at this face. This is the face of regret for taking the life of this poor sheep and now wearing them around their neck. Not cool.
Of course, I'd be more than happy to, but you might have to wait a bit longer. Tapping into it requires some special means. But I promise you won't be waiting much longer. So please, if you would hand over the deed, and once they arrive, it's all yours.
I'm sorry, but I could not take that scene serious because of that sheep pelt. Parallel Chronicles Sylvie 2. Let's view this. Sylvie left the chambers of his masters, remaining in shock. The truth of things had been explained, and he was surprised. He knew it would take a while before he accepted these revelations.
Such a truth, and to think I never knew. This will change everything about my approach.
Master, you seem unwell. We leave tomorrow, you should get some rest. I know I'm not the one to give orders, but please.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It seems there is more to this attack than we knew. The Triumvirate just finished explaining our true objective.
Our true objective? Sophie, what is the meaning of this?
I don't think I'm able to tell you, Halen. They trusted me alone with this information. Perhaps you can visit them on your own time.
Typical. Teasing me with information and pulling rank. I want to prove myself, Sophie. I want to be at your side.
Trust me, that would be wonderful. But this is different. It changes everything. It would be better to hear it directly from them.
All right, all right. I have to say, you seem quite distressed. I'll go talk to them, but take my advice and rest.
I'm afraid there's no time for that, Halen. I'm going to speak with the prisoner. He's coming too.
Shane is coming with us? Sophie, that doesn't make any sense.
It seems a run-in with the rebels is likely. To that end, I've come up with a fitting punishment. When you're done with our masters, meet me back here.
Yes, of course. I'm ready to take action at a moment's notice. And now, something tells me we will be.
Alright, I'm gonna explore this room and see if I can find those two books. Miles isn't using this desk, so I assume it's fair game. I pushed aside a few papers, looking for anything of note. A book on Salberg grabs my interest as he brought it up. Apparently, the spirit idol there has stopped giving off energy.
Valenorth's line of seers. The seers of Valenorth have helped guide our nation to a state of constant peace. Everyone in Valenorth lives a simple and happy life under the guidance of the spirit realm. There's only one seer or seeress per generation, and their birth is marked by a surge of energy emanating from our spirit idol located in Salberg. There's a rotation of guards who watch the idol when a birth is expected to take place. As there can only be one seer or seeress at any given time, and the spans of time without them are very small, we can accurately predict when another shall be given to us. With Valenorth's small population, it is very rare for multiple births to happen on one night. However, that is not the purpose of my writing. I wish to discuss what was observed on the night of the most recent generation. Typically, the spirit idol will have a burst of light and energy before returning to a dim state. However, with the latest birth, there was no dim state. Only darkness remained when the final seer was given to us. The implications that this has on the future of both Valenorth and Alestia are too large to even fathom. We must simply take each day as it comes, knowing our dependence on the spirits will grow smaller and smaller. Now, we must come to rely on the rest of Alestia, instead of only ourselves. I will seek out potential partners in the future. The Elder of Valinor.
I had no idea that they were hiding such a secret. Valinor could run out of spiritual energy for good? The cold from Eastcrown could easily kill us off.
Orson, don't worry. It could be thousands of years before we run out. Besides, at this point, it's still conjecture.
Okay, that's one book. The carpeted area is warm next to a large fireplace. Only the most expensive homes in Valinor have these. Scattered about the carpet are various trinkets and pipes. Guess an elder isn't mystical enough without a smoking pipe. It's a map of the known world, far on the back of the wall. We're in Valinor, with Mazeo a little bit north of us. To the east of Mazeo is Alarinthia, and for the north is Baltius. I have a feeling we'd be going to Baltius, the Triumvirate's doorstep. I examine the table, looking at the scattered pieces of paper. Milos is deep in his studies, and I'd really hate to bother him. I want to read some as well, so I try to grab something he puts aside.
On Valinorth's blood leaves. Though it doesn't look like it at first glance, Valinorth is actually settled high atop the mountains of Alestia. Many believe that it is the spiritual energy that keeps our village and its surrounding areas warm. But the reach of this energy is not infinite, and it cannot affect the colder climate seen in Eastcrown. We don't venture into Eastcrown simply because our bodies would not be able to handle it. Either way, that is a separate story, and I wish to touch upon the blood leaves native to Valinor. At the very top of the grand tree, for an unknown reason, the leaves grow a crimson red. We have no explanation for this, though some people believe that these are the tears from the departed, trying to reach our physical realm. A superstition, to say the least. Every few years, a gale of cold wind comes from Eastcrown and assaults the canopy of Valinor. This causes many of the leaves to wilt and fall off. The wind carries these dead leaves on a journey through Alestia's skies, including the aforementioned blood leaves. The rest of the world sees the falling of the blood leaves as an omen, a portent of bad things to come. The sky being painted red with these leaves may look scary to some, but those who live in Valinor see it as a natural event. The Elder of Valinor.
Eastcrown is a pretty scary place. I've thought about going there, but I'm too scared. Apparently, it's cold enough to kill you in minutes.
The fall of the blood leaves is beautiful, though. I've seen it a couple of times since I was born. Not sure what other purpose Eastcrown serves.
Right, that's all the books.
Hey, it's a ladder.
Actually, it's a stepladder. Wait, that's it? Hey, it's a ladder. Actually, it's a stepladder. I looked through all the books, but nothing seems interesting. Everything that Milos found worth was already on the table. That and on his little desk by the window facing Valinor. Must be great to live in a place with such a nice view. Okay, that's everything. Let's talk to our party members.
Hey.
What do you think about all of this?
You mean everything that Milos told us? I'm freaking out. I can hardly believe it. But the spirits would never lie to us, right? I can't believe the Triumvirate is our enemy. I know they had their reasons with Mazeo, but there's no reason to attack Valinor. Not at all.
What are your thoughts on the Triumvirate?
I always thought they were good rulers. Sometimes you have to make tough decisions. Mazeo shocked us all, but we've all moved on. There's also a line you're not meant to cross, though. Burning down an innocent village is way past that. No goal could justify what they plan to do with Valinor.
What do you think about this blade?
I'll decide when I see it. You and Milas made it seem really incredible. But at the end of the day, it's just a sword. I doubt it'll be the turning point of this battle. Of course, I wouldn't mind being proven wrong. What else can you tell me about it?
It steals life to grow their army, Valisa.
So, the more he killed, the more he had to serve him? And Ulric's life powered a bunch of armored suits? That means their army could always outnumber Alestia. I'm starting to see why it might be a threat. But we won't be stealing life like that, right? We should keep it from them and limit their numbers.
I'd never use it like they did.
Good. I was starting to worry. Without that blade, their army's finite. They can't hide behind numbers like before.
Are you ready to leave Valinor?
There's something I never thought I'd hear. Thousands of seers, and they never left Valinor. I guess we're meant to play bigger roles than we thought. But to answer your question, no, I'm not ready. Unfortunately, my opinion doesn't count for much. I'll have to come to terms with this as we move on.
You can talk to me if you want, Valisa.
No, I wouldn't want to trouble you. You have enough going on. I'd just be a bother. Thanks for the offer, though. I'll keep it in mind.
Alright, now let's talk to you.
Hey.
What do you think about all this?
It's a little overwhelming, to be honest. I know I acted all cool, but I'm not really sure. I'm used to a simple life. Now that's all gone. As far as I know, Valinor is the last spiritual nation. If we lose our connection, what's going to happen? Will Alestia just be completely devoid of spirits? And not only that, but the Triumvirate being evil? As far as I know, they've always been benevolent. I know what we lost in Mazeo, but I've moved on. Anyway, I can process all of that later. I'm more worried about what's going to happen to us. Not Valinor or Alestia. Just you, me, and Valessa.
So we'll be fine as long as we stick together.
Yeah, definitely. We're a team for a reason. There's nothing we can't handle. I'm ready whenever you are. Let's grab that blade and head to Mazeo. Whatever you need, I'll be by your side.
What do you know about the Triumvirate?
Nothing anymore, I'm afraid. It seems their goals have changed to conquest. With Mazeo, it made sense, but not with us. I thought they were our gods, our protectors. I'm starting to doubt that they even cared. I mean, was this their goal all along? All 4 nations, under their thumb. If they just asked first, we could have cut a deal. But straight to violence? I don't get it.
I wish we could resolve this peacefully.
Yeah, and part of me wishes we still could. I mean, the attack hasn't happened yet. But I know that's a stupid wish to have. You don't beg for your life against those odds. They're coming with everything they've got. And from what you said, their power is incredible.
Anything we should do before we go?
I wouldn't mind taking one last look at the village. It's so weird, knowing that an attack is coming. This could be the last time we see our homes. How are we just supposed to accept that? I expect we'll have plenty of time to grieve, but is that something we should really have to do? We don't have to look around, but I'd appreciate it. If I find something I want to take with me, I'll grab it. I'd much rather leave Valinor behind with no regrets.
Alright, we won't leave until you're ready.
Thank you so much. I can't put my finger on it, but I know I'm not ready. One last walk through Valinor is all I could ever ask for.
Alright, let's go do that right now. Town Square. Not here. Main Street?
Visions and pain.
A bit bigger than my house, but mine has more rooms. Which the ma- There's a village-wide notice po- You
I thought something about this area would change after getting that dialogue. Guess not. I'll save my game just in case. Oh, maybe there's something new. No? To the Great Tree then. The Grand Tree towers above everything else in Valinor. And because of Valinor's altitude, it towers above the world. We take slow steps across the makeshift bridge, holding on to the sides. Valessa stops in her tracks, taking in the surroundings. And a confusion appears on her face as she breaks the silence. Stopping as well, Fortame and I listen to her words.
Alright, we really need to talk. Seer, what are your thoughts on all this? You've been totally silent since we left Milas.
Hey, Valessa, no prying. Let him open up when he wants to.
I'm just curious, that's all. It's not like Milas treated us to afternoon tea. Everything is different. Besides, renting can help.
I'm just taking things as they come, to be honest.
There's not much else we can do. I'm sure that Dominic will have a lot to teach us. Maybe when we get there, we won't feel so lost.
She turns back around, and we continue walking. I try to admire the scenery, but that attempt is short-lived. Fortame, who had taken the lead, also stops in his tracks.
Actually, on the subject of venting, there's something I need to get off my chest. Or, I guess, there's something I need to ask you two.
Sure. What is it?
I know we don't like talking about this, and sometimes we pretend it never even happened. But we can't anymore. We're going to Mazeo. So I think now we need to face the facts. That's the last place our parents were... I mean, they were there when it happened.
Casualties of the occupation.
Now we have the chance to fight back against the Triumvirate. They were directly responsible for what happened there. Are we doing this for Alestia? Or for ourselves?
You mean revenge? Fortim, I don't know how to answer that. All of our parents... That was so long ago.
I don't know if that makes me a bad person or not. But we can't just fight because Milas told us to. We each need a purpose, even if they're different.
I guess I want Alestia's freedom. Is that not reason enough to fight?
That's a goal, Valessa, not a purpose. Let me ask the Seer, why do you fight? What weight will you carry with that blade?
I'll fight to protect my friends from danger.
Good. Tap into that drive whenever you can. Don't let any swing of your blade lack purpose. A fight without purpose is a fight you'll never win. I have more to say though, so hold on. Our parents went to Museo together, as a group of friends. Now, we're doing the same. And trust me, I'm worried. They got caught up in a fight, and we will too. But I don't want to die. I want to save Alestia. So promise me, we'll stay together, right until the end.
Of course, until the end.
There we go! That's the spirit! With that attitude, we'll never lose. Now let's get that blade and head to Museo.
Yeah, I'm about ready to get off this bridge. Not exactly the best place for a heart-to-heart. Though, honestly, I'm glad you opened up. And actually, I think I found my purpose. I want to fight to protect my closest friends. So, about that promise, I'll be here, right until the end.
I nod, and they smile at one another. A few moments later, we continue our trek to the Grand Tree. This time, however, we reach our goal with no interruptions. As soon as we enter, we all spread out. Perhaps covering more ground would help us find it easier. However, much to our surprise, it's out in the open.
Wait, that's it?
It's wrapped up in a sack in front of the Grand Tree's altar. The general shape and size was easily discernible to me. It was the instrument of my death and Valenor's destruction.
There's a letter attached to it. Let's see what it says.
Wait, hold on. I don't think we're supposed to touch it. We should probably leave this one to the seer.
I'm sure it's fine as long as it's covered up. Very well. Feel free to do the honors.
They both look at me, leaving me little choice in the matter. It's not like they had any choice in this either, however. Taking slow steps to the altar, I look down at the letter.
Well, what does it say?
I kneel down and pull off the letter, breaking some adhesive. It's from Milas, and it gives us a bit more information. None of us have really left Valinor, so guidance is helpful.
Instructions from Milas. Thank you for following my directions. It's good to know we'll be able to work with each other on this grand endeavor. Hidden inside this package here is the blade we talked about earlier, otherwise known as the Blade of Exodus. I'm not sure why it's been given such a name, but it was the Triumvirate's choice. As soon as you take it, please ensure that it never leaves your sight. A guide, Zamira, will be waiting for you on Main Street. He'll guide you to Peregrino, where you'll meet up with Pro, a trusted ally and longtime rebel. From there, Pro will guide you to Museo. Pro might seem a bit incompetent at first, but he's simply been following my orders. Having him come here and get you, as Damek originally planned, was much too risky. Instead, I told him to pass time in the tavern until you bring the blade to him. I had Zamira meet him in the dead of night in Valenorth's outskirts to retrieve the blade and bring it to where you are now. This way, no villagers were aware, and there was no chance of complications arising. I'm sure Damek will understand this delay. One final thing. I authorize you with access to Solberg, now that you know its secret. Feel free to stop there on your journey.
I put the letter in my pocket and look at Fort Tame and Valesa. It seems our next objective was clear, much better than before. If Milas simply threw us into the wild, we'd get lost immediately.
The Blade of Exodus. That's a bit of a weird name, isn't it? Do you think that's the person who made it?
Or maybe it's a title for whoever wields it. You know, something like Seer or Cirrus. What about it? Should we call you Exodus?
Let's just stick with my name.
Yeah, especially if the Triumvirate wants it back. Walking around as Exodus would put a huge target on us. That's not something we can afford if we want to blend in.
All right. Forget I suggested it. Let's get out of here before we waste too much time. We're supposed to meet someone named Zamira, right?
I know them. They typically guard the town gate. No better person to carry out a secret mission in the night. I'm glad we'll have a guide. I was starting to worry we'd get lost.
Yeah, none of us have ever left Valinor before. I'm sure it'll be great. We can even check out Salberg. Grab the Blade Seer. The villagers would never question you.
I nod. As a seer, they wouldn't carry what I carried. They wouldn't care what I carried. But I can understand if they saw an outsider with this blade. Mila's plan of using the mirror was definitely the best course of action. As we entered the Museo, however, some people might stare. But we're in a group, so I doubt they'd try anything. I pity the person who picked a fight with the Blade of Exodus. I carefully unwrap the package. The sight of the weapon causes me to tense up. I can almost feel the pain of last night's vision. I think it would be cool if we got like a splash screen of the sword so we know what it looks like. Unless my cursor here is the Sword of Exodus. Maybe someday we'll see what it... You know what, never mind. This must be the Blade of Exodus. My cursor. Valesa and Fortame looked down, seeing it for the first time. I exchanged glances with them before my eyes returned to the blade. I grip it for the first time, and that's when everything changes. With a blinding flash of white light, I fall back. Landing on the floor, I'm unable to see or move. It isn't much longer until I can't breathe either. I hear Valesa and Fortame call out to me. But as my senses are robbed, the shouts slowly fade. A series of visions play out before me, and I can do little but watch.
You mean this was all just a trap? No, I don't believe it. I'm not giving up.
To think all of that was stored in this. After we tell the people, everything will change.
We will aid you in this fight, but you are no longer a rebellion. Today, you become something much more.
Wait! Think about what you are doing. Without us, there is no freedom.
Don't worry, nothing personal. Just playing with the hand I've been dealt.
The shadowed man approaches me with a dagger in his hand. I can't fight back. I can just watch as he sinks it into my gut. Soon after, I'm paralyzed on the ground. I can hear him laughing. Oh man, that's foreboding. And he sounds familiar. I got a bad feeling about this. I gasp for air as I grip the spot where he stabbed me. Melissa and Fortame let out huge sighs of relief. On the other hand, I hold the Blade of Exodus tightly. I throw it across the room as I slowly regain my breath. They help me rise to a sitting position, the concern on their faces clear. Thankfully, I'm able to relax before they decide to question me.
What happened?
The blade, it gave me visions.
Wait, how is that possible? The spirits are the ones who give visions. Could it have something to do with your energy?
Valesa, it doesn't matter. For now, we just need to make sure he's safe.
Oh, right, sorry. Will you be okay? Can you move?
I'll be fine. Don't worry.
Good. I'm glad to hear. Miles left a change of clothes for you. It was tucked underneath the blade, see?
She points to a package that held the blade. Resting there is a set of battle-ready clothing. A holster, or scabbard, is built into the back.
Maybe Milos knew that touching it was risky. If you wear this outfit, you can sheath the blade. It might be best to conceal it and minimize contact.
Wait, then why didn't he tell us that? Seems like a stupid thing to leave out.
I guess you have a point. Oh, well, I'm glad that things are fine. You should go get changed, Seer.
She tilts her head to an alcove at the back of the grand tree. Yes, it would provide sufficient privacy, so I grab the clothes. They turn their backs to me as an extra gesture of consideration. Looks like a mixture of Elisa and Fortame's outfit. Made of flexible material, it was clearly ready for a fight. The scabbard is adjustable. I could position it from my dominant hand. What should I do? Oh. How considerate of the game to let us pick if we want to be left or right-handed. Well, IRL I'm right-handed, so I guess I'll prepare the blade for right-handed access. I tilt it to the right for easy access with my right hand. Not that I expected to be touching the blade all too often. When the rest of the outfit is on, I walk back out in the open.
Whoa, that looks really good on you. A lot more fitting than that fancy suit.
That's everything we need then? I mean, aside from the blade?
We all looked to where I threw it earlier. Before we left, I had to touch it again. I can sense the anxiety within my friends.
Look, whatever happens, we're here for you. I doubt it'll be as bad as last time. And you're fine.
You could have worded that a bit better, but there was truth to it. It was such a shock last time because I didn't expect it at all. But I was the seer of Valnorth. I was meant to wield this blade. I slowly walk towards it, kneeling down when I get there. Whatever happened this time, I wouldn't let it control me. As I grab it, I remind myself that I am one with the spirits. My light overtakes me again, but that's all. I can still move, breathe, and sense my surroundings. Deep within me, I feel a connection defying explanation. It's beautiful, and I'd like to stay this way forever. Unfortunately, the feeling soon turns into something more. In a matter of seconds, the source of beauty is one of fright. I quickly sheathe the blade to prevent any damage. Whatever that was, doing it for too long would hurt me. It seems that using this weapon would require some practice.
Well, that looked fine to me. You didn't end up on the floor at least.
It still hurt me. I need to take it easy.
Whoa, really? Milas was right then. It takes strength. Remind me not to touch that thing anytime soon.
I'm curious to learn more about it. Like, where it came from and who made it. Hopefully we figure that out along the way. So, should we get going? Or is there anything else we need to do?
We're supposed to meet Zamira on Main Street, but we should save that until we're ready to leave. One last look around Valinor couldn't hurt.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. Wouldn't want to leave anything behind.
A new feature, Party Banter, has been unlocked. Following this text, a brief tutorial will display. Previous variants of Valinor have been updated. Oh, so, things can be updated. We can now leave Valinor via the world map. Who's that? Shane. Oh yeah, the guy that got captured. Shane paced around his prison cell, feeling the walls, looking for any structural weaknesses, anything he could use. He'd been in here for far too long, and the isolation was messing with him.
Come on, Shane, there's gotta be something. You were supposed to break out of here ages ago. This mission is a bust. Dominic must be worried sick.
He knocked on the hard wall of the cell and found nothing. He'd been here ever since Dominic assumed control of the rebellion. His objective was to get caught on purpose and scan their castle. His intel would do little good if this was his final resting place.
Come on, you need to do this. Nobody else has come through here and lived. You're gonna be the first, Shane. I know it.
A voice sounds from the doors of the prison. Solvi enters, laughing at what he just witnessed.
Ooh, looks like you're taking this worse than I thought. I need to talk with you, Shane, so come close.
And what makes you think I'll listen?
We haven't yet broken out the torture. But trust me, you're walking a fine line.
Whatever, just make it quick. I hate the sound of your voice. That, and I was enjoying my time alone.
You really don't care whether you live or die. Good. I like that in a potential soldier of mine.
Wait, what?
Name your weapon proficiencies.
You're the one who caught me, Sovi. You should know full well what weapons I use.
I said proficiencies. Remember how easily I took you down?
Fine. I'm good with a bow. I can play with daggers too, but not as well. Just give me some arrows and point to a target.
Shane felt a sense of hope rise within him. If Sully tried to recruit him, he could gain more intel. It wouldn't be hard to miss his thoughts on purpose. Unfortunately, his hopes were immediately destroyed.
Good. I'll have no problem finding you a bow. We're leaving on a mission, so follow me. You'll be seeing your allies sooner than you thought. Wait, are you smiling? Shane, I don't think you know what's happening. Taking you with me? This is your punishment.
Huh?
Yes. I'll line up a few of your allies. Then you'll show me how well you handle a bow. If you don't obey, I'll make you suffer. And if you do obey, well, your friends will think you've defected. They'll give up all hope of rescuing you.
Okay, that little tisk tisk was a nice touch. Thumbs up.
Then I can keep you here as long as I like. I know you may not fear death, Shane, which is why I'll give you something far worse. Now, come with me. There's much to discuss. And remember what will happen if you disobey. It's time to realize that you belong to me.
Oh man, poor Shane. I guess now we'll see what our friends are talking about.
Wow, it's so beautiful inside the Grand Tree. Too bad they rarely let the scribe in training come here. I wish I had more time to spend in Valinor.
Actually, that's not a scribe in training rule. It was more like a Fortum rule. No offense.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're not exactly a quiet person. This is a sacred place, and silence is essential.
Why didn't you tell me? I would have been quiet, I promise. Just like when I go to the library.
Hey, I don't make up the rules, but honestly, I wish I would have fought it. I didn't realize our time here would be so limited. I thought we'd be here until we were old and gray. But to think that Valinor would just be a small face? You're not the only one who has regrets, Fortin.
At least you were allowed inside. I was kept out because of my big mouth. Well, I guess I'm the only one to blame. I'll try to watch my mouth from now on.
I give you 10 minutes, tops.
Hey!
Oh, these two. This looks like the perfect place to rest. I have a seat and try taking in everything I can. In such a short period of time, everything changed. I hope that we're able to set things right. Oh, this new dialogue? Yep. I honestly really want to keep playing until we meet up with Ulric again. But why do we get the feeling that we're not gonna see him again for a while? Oh, can I examine stuff here?
Look! You can see some of the roots! They say the Grand Tree reaches all over Alestia. In that way, Valinor is connected to everything.
Ooh. I believe that's everything? Oh. World map. Oh, more parallel chronicles. And the tunnels underneath Mazeo were quiet, almost eerily so. Grizz and Dominic met in secret, not deep enough to run into trouble. Any further through, and they cut us past with the Triumvirate's honor guard. Where's Ulric, though?
I guess that settles it. The deed is yours. You have lots of work to do, Dominic. What comes first?
Lots of dusting, I presume. Though there's something odd about these tunnels. The honor guard has no need to eat, sleep, or socialize. Being empty suits of armor, they need none of that. But go any deeper and you'll see an entire hideout. Bedrooms, training rooms, a library, and more.
Maybe that's why they never found what we were after. They were too busy building some sort of utopia.
It'll be easy to fortify against attacks. They've practically done it for us already. I just wish I knew why. It's so peculiar.
I have a theory of my own, actually.
Why does Grizz look so cute in that artwork? Seriously, stop wearing that sheep pelt and you would look so much better.
And what is that?
You know how those things are created, yes? The Grand Inquisitor and that life-stealing sword. Well, he was at my side when we occupied Mazeo.
I see.
The members of the Honor Guard that wander these tunnels. I think they're the spirits of those we killed, Dominic. Perhaps they just want to continue living. It's heartbreaking.
That's an understatement. But it explains the beds and living quarters. And if they retain some memory, they'd hate the Triumvirate.
Yeah, which is why they never completed their job. Or at the very least, intentionally threw their progress.
A theory with merit, I'll give you that much. But now we found what you're after, what happens? I think you should tell me what you really want with it.
You can think all you want, but it won't happen. Just know that I'm looking to make up for something. I can never undo the occupation. But I have an idea.
Very well, whenever you're ready. As long as I have the deed, I'm satisfied. When the seer arrives, however, I'd love to hear more.
Ina, how about Sobi? Sobi stood in front of the Triumvirate's castle. With Shane at his side, everything was set in motion. Halen was late, likely learning the same truth from his masters. As soon as he arrived, their plan of attack would commence.
We can sail to Mazeo in under a day. There's a ship waiting for us at the Balteus docks. As soon as Halen arrives, we'll be free to go.
Odd choice of words. I highly doubt I'll be free to go. Though I'm a little excited that Halen is coming along. He was much better than you, more threatening as well.
Shane, this isn't about being threatening. It's about who can put their foot down when they need to. Halen is all talk. Lots of promises, but no follow-through.
Right, of course. Thanks for the heads up. I'll remember that next time he tries interrogating me. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you didn't like him.
I doubt he's long for this world. A Grand Inquisitor needs to be more than talk. That, and I work much better when I'm alone.
Working alone, huh? I don't think that's a very good idea. What if you get into a bind? Who'd help you then?
I don't get into binds, Shane. I'm more in the habit of putting them on others.
Yeah, we'll see how far that gets ya. So, what's the plan anyway? Attacking Valinor? You want the blade back, Halen made it pretty clear.
Now, why would I tell you that? Don't assume camaraderie between us.
Fine, just trying to get involved.
So you can write to your rebel friends, no doubt. Don't try anything, Shane. I'm watching you. Besides, Valinor is an insignificant part of our plan. When we're finished, Alestia will be forever changed.
Okay. Yeah, looks like these two have something new to say.
So, this might be the last time we see the town square. Is there anything we should do before we go?
I guess one last drink would be nice. The water from Valinor is always so pure. Want to share some with me, Valessa?
Sure. We can use the cups I left here earlier. I was just finishing my water run when we all met up.
So, what should we toast to?
Toast?
Yeah, and this is a big day, right? We should probably drink to something, especially if it's the last time we might be here.
Oh, let's see. What about new beginnings? Or something like being with friends?
What about new beginnings with friends? I think that's rather fitting for us.
Yeah, that's smart. Combining the two.
Sounds good to me. To new beginnings with friends. May our bonds never break.
Oh, I'll join them. I got water right here. May our bonds never break. Now let's go to Main Street.
Hey, Fortum. Remember those apples you used to love?
Yeah, how could I forget? You can't get them anymore, though. The Triumvirate put a trading ban on Mazeo.
Remember that time I tricked you? I painted a bunch of rocks red and put them in a basket. I told you the trading ban was lifted. You were ecstatic.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was really mean. My parents used to give them to me before, you know. That made me cry more than you'd think.
Yeah, that is not a good prank.
Yeah, and I just wanted to apologize. This whole ordeal has me thinking about the past. I wish I spent my time in Valinor a bit better.
Oh, well, I accept your apology. Better late than never, right?
Yeah, of course. Once we get to Mazeo, I'll buy you some for real. An apology is lame. I'm gonna make up for what I did.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, it looks like the dialogue here is the same. Any party banter at my house? Nope. Well, I guess now's the time for us to leave our village behind. Uh, okay, I don't usually do this, but I'll play for another half hour. Well, I usually stream for 3 hours, but since this is a first impression stream, and I just really want to see Ulric again, I'll go on for a little longer. Hopefully we see Ulric again soon. Would you like to leave Valinor? Yes. Let's go. We head back to Main Street in search of Zamira. The Blade of Exodus is strapped to my back, and it's heavy. Glances from the townspeople show that they're aware of this artifact. However, being who I am, they raise no concerns to my face.
So, Valessa, do you see him anywhere? I don't know what he looks like, so this is on you.
Yeah, sorry, I'll point him out. I'm just not used to the villagers staring like this. That blade really makes us stand out, doesn't it?
Or maybe they're just admiring our good looks. Come on, Valessa, don't be so uptight. Nobody knows what this blade can do. Let him stare.
She gives Fortum no response as she scans the area. It's true, they could stare, but they didn't know. To them, it was just a cool sword, something new. Valinor could be pretty stagnant and short of excitement.
Wait, I see him.
She points to a man standing near my house. He has his back against it and taps his foot on the ground. Guess he knew where I lived. Milas must have told him.
Hey Zamira, how's your watch going?
His ears perk up and he starts to approach us. Huge smile on his face as he quickly closes the distance.
Hey Valessa, long time no see. Can't complain, things are pretty much the same. This is the most excitement I've had in years.
Wait! Oh, Zamira! Not, Pro! Aw. I got with deer antlers. Nice to meet you. I don't know why I was thinking we were gonna meet Pro here. He looks me up and down before staring at the blade. Somebody told me he wouldn't stay quiet like the villagers.
Whoa, that thing looks pretty cool. I've heard a few stories, but didn't get to see it. You'll have to tell me more as we head to Peregrino.
Wait, hold on. I have a few questions to ask.
Oh, sure. Let's walk and talk. If I'm not mistaken, we're on a schedule.
He points towards the gate leading out of Valinor. Vortem speaks his mind as we start walking over.
So, you know what's coming, right? I just need to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do. But Milas has a plan to keep everyone safe, and at the very least, we have a few days to prepare.
I'm confused, though. He knew about this attack, and from what he said, he's known for a while. Why give up Valinor? Why not fortify and prepare?
Actually, I heard something about that. Damek, the leader of the rebels, had a vision. Apparently, that blade is more than just a weapon.
Wait, other people can use it then?
No one else has tried, to be honest, but in his vision, he saw the triumvirate fall. The cost was clear. Valinor fell as well.
Who says they both need to happen? We could take them down without abandoning Valinor. Isn't it a little short-sighted to do something like that?
We don't really know for sure, Valessa, but it sure makes sense to replicate what he saw. That way, the rebellion's victory is guaranteed. Besides, Milas will evacuate everyone that's willing. Valinor can be resettled in the future. I know it. I just worry about those who don't buy into this story.
What do you mean?
Well, some people will be stubborn. We can't force them to leave. We just encourage it. Those that stay behind, well, there's nothing we can do.
That's true. And it lines up with the vision. The seer mentioned that lots of villagers perished. Isn't there something we can do to help them cooperate?
We should focus on ourselves, Valessa. There's no point wasting time on something we can't change. Let's get away from these prying ears. I have some more news.
He smiles as we approach the exit of Valinor. News? In our current situation, that doesn't sound promising. But with curiosity piqued, we follow Zamira with haste. You are about to visit the Valinor region map. The story flow of the areas is the same as before. However, you now have access to optional side areas. Oh, okay. There's Salberg, the Outlook, Peregrino, East Crown, East Crown. Taking a small detour, we decided to check out East Crown. The cold is overwhelming, so we huddled by the torchlight.
Oh my gosh, this is intense. I've heard the stories, but I thought they were exaggerating. We shouldn't stay here too long. I feel like I'm gonna die.
Ugh, Fortum, don't be so dramatic. I'm sure we have time to examine the area. Just don't go in any further, alright?
Yeah, I guess so. Sorry. Look, I can see my breath. How cool is that?
I'll admit, that is pretty cool. Barely out of Valinor and already seeing new stuff. I'm guessing it has something to do with the cold?
It's insane. I can't believe how much the spirits help us. Without their power, this is what Valinor would look like. They keep us warm and let our village fight off the cold.
If Milas is right, then this is Valinor's future. It's only setting in now that I see it for myself. There must be something we can do to save our village.
I sure hope so. Let's take a quick look around. It'd be dangerous to stay here for too long.
He inches closer to the torch to keep himself warm. Melissa and I don't seem too bothered and start looking around. There is one book to be found here.
Hey, move it, Valessa! You're hogging all the heat!
No way! Your outfit is much warmer than mine!
It doesn't matter! Do you want me to die or something?
Are you sure you want the answer to that question?
What?
Oh my god. They continued arguing as I walk away from the torch. I want to find that book though. It's gotta be... come on. There it is! It's slightly covered in snow. Not so wide still, but I decided to take a look. Any information about East Crown would be helpful to us.
Hey, are you sure you should be taking that?
It was covered in snow, Fortum. Whoever owned it probably forgot about it already. Besides, it might contain some useful information.
I guess you're right. But at least put it back when you're done with it. I don't want to get in trouble if the owner does come looking.
Alright, you have a deal. So, Seer, what does it say?
Mysterious journal. This is it. I've finally done it. For the last 10 years, I've been training my body to handle East Crown's cold climate. At the start, I could barely make it a few feet without having to stop. But now, I can almost last an entire day before I need to back out. I know that the answers are now within reach. What purpose does East Crown serve? How much of Alestia is uncharted? I'm planning one final journey into these icy mountains, and I know I'll find the truth. I'll see off my wife and child tomorrow and leave my journal by the entrance. Should I make it out of this alive, the following pages will be filled with wonders and revelations upon my return. We will finally understand. The rest of the pages are empty.
Oh man. Whoever left this journal probably succumbed to the cold. Either they succumbed to the cold or they gave up and left their journal. Gosh. Okay, we're good on East Crown, so now we'll go to the forest. Well, this is pretty. We enter the outskirts of Valinor and take in deep breaths. The air is so fresh and pure, it's almost hard to explain. However, our enjoyment is hindered by Zamira's worried look.
Well, what's the news? Is everything okay, Zamira?
I guess everything is fine. Technically. It's just something I need to tell you in private. The villagers will have enough on their plates tonight.
So it's something that affects them too?
More than that, actually. Look, I'll be completely honest with you. I'm sure Valinor will be resettled in the future.
I'm glad you think so, Zamira. I was starting to worry about everything. It seems like Milas has everything under control.
Yeah, about that, this is where it gets a little awkward. You see, he didn't really tell you everything.
What? Really?
This is starting to get pretty overwhelming. He seemed pretty open. What was he hiding? I don't think I can handle another revelation.
It was probably too embarrassing for him to admit, but he doesn't really want to lead Valinor anymore. He told me when he gets to Mazeo, he's staying for good.
Oh, Zan Step 1, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
That can't be true.
He was doing such a good job.
He was, but I understand where he's coming from. It's possible to be good at something you don't enjoy. He deserves a fresh start, a pursuit of his own choosing.
I guess so. Then what about resettling Valinor? Who'd be in charge when that happens?
People would migrate back too slowly. We'd be in no shape to hold a formal election. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means...
Bingo.
The seer.
Does somebody want to fill me in?
Matters of Valinor's future. With no elder, they're under the jurisdiction of the seer. Believe it or not, he gets to choose the next leader.
A contingency plan for special cases like this. The only condition is that you can't choose yourself. Your duty and role in Valinor is already well established. Take your time, evaluate the candidates, and think about it. Again, it's not really bad news, it's just another change.
There's really nothing to think about, though. Choose me, then I won't be the third wheel anymore. We can be a trio, and work together all the time.
Hey now, let's not jump to conclusions. I think I'd be a fine candidate for elder. Fortum was trained to fill the gap I'd leave.
Oh my, I should have expected this. Sorry to put you in an awkward situation.
It's only awkward if Valessa makes it awkward.
Whatever.
They cross their arms and turn away from each other. Fighting over an opening that was only revealed seconds ago? I could understand their passion, but we needed unity right now.
Look, this might not be relevant for years to come. There's no need to argue about this. Stay focused. We have a really important job on our hands, you know?
They don't respond and simply retain their pose. Their passion for Valinor is admirable, but intrusive. We had a clear goal, and now things were getting muddied.
None of you know where Peregrino is, right? If I start walking without you, you'll get lost. I'll give you a few minutes, but I'm on a schedule.
The threat makes them both turn back around.
Good. That's what I thought. Take a few moments to talk amongst yourselves. But when you're ready to go, we need to move as fast as we can.
All right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Zamira rests against a nearby tree and lets out a loud sigh. He was just relaying information. The fallout wasn't his to deal with. We have a few minutes to spare. I should make the most of it. Oh, Parallel Chronicle with Halen. Let's take a look at it. Halen finally caught up with his master. He was slightly out of breath, having run a great distance. But his annoyance outweighed anything. He was lied to.
Sophie, explain yourself immediately. You told me to wait in the castle atrium. If I did that, you would have left without me.
Wow, not cool, Zoe.
Oh, did I really say that? I'm sorry. I must have gotten carried away with our prisoner. How did your meeting with the Triumvirate go, Halen?
They refused to tell me these secrets. Something about my loyalty not being strong enough.
Well, look at it this way, Halen. The mission we're going on is very important. No better way to prove your loyalty to the cause.
I guess you're right. But I don't like being left in the dark.
Then you'll get along great with Shane. He's been pestering me with questions all day.
I don't fraternize with prisoners.
Whatever you say.
Zoe walks away, laughing in a mocking fashion. Halen and the prisoner slowly follow suit.
You know, we have a long boat ride ahead of us. Might not be a bad time to start fraternizing.
Oh, 1 second.
Did I stutter, Shane? Leave me be.
Oh, you think you're better than me, right? Well, here's some food for thought, apprentice. You're more a prisoner to the Triumvirate than I am.
What did you just say?
Neither of us will know true freedom. We're nothing but a means to an end. They'll kill you the moment you disobey. We have no choice but to follow orders. The difference is, you do this willingly. I have no idea why. You seem smart to me.
Yeah, Holleen, you should join a better cause. Be a member of my circle of friends. Let's view Parallel Chronicle Dominic next. Dominic returned to the surface with Grizz at his side. The older man took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air. It was a little stuffy down there, but they could make do.
Digging tunnels underneath their own church. I guess it makes sense. Nobody really comes here. Museo isn't exactly known for its pious people.
Easy to get away with. Though I have to say, it's pretty ironic, the rebellion settling in the Triumvirate's church.
A bit poetic, isn't it? Maybe after this we can settle in their castle.
One step at a time. Let's not get carried away. I'll write them and let them know what we found. After all these years, I'm not sure how to feel.
Relieved, with a side of being terrified. At least that's how I feel about all of this. Finding another spirit idol. This changes everything.
I always assumed that was the idol, at the altar. It was always so dim. We just thought that it was dying. but it was receiving power from something deep underground. It's nice to know that the theories were correct. The search was starting to feel like a lost cause.
The only lost cause is their pursuit of conquest. Let them know what you found. Let's get things started.
What are you planning, Damek?
I'll let you know tomorrow if everything goes well. I have to prepare for the arrival of our special guest, but trust me, I've put a lot of thought into this plan.
The look on his face and the delivery of that line, I couldn't help but laugh.
You've earned my trust.
Grizz nods before leaving the church. Damek, now alone, approaches the altar. He smiles as he places a hand upon it.
It won't be long until the Triumvirate sends their forces. If I'm lucky, they might even come to see it for themselves.
His smile turns into more of a sinister smirk.
Right now, they're busy with Valinor. But by the time they reroute, my army will be in place. When they set foot underground, we'll kill them all.
Okay, I had to look over the dialogue to make sure this wasn't a hint of a betrayal, but I think Damek is just very set on destroying the Triumvirate.
Hey Zamira, what's work like?
It's a lot less exciting than you'd think. They advertise it as a position of power, busting smugglers and protecting Valinor.
And it's not like that.
No, not at all. I spend most of my day standing around. Crime in Valinor is almost non-existent.
Because the spirits have blessed us, right?
I guess that's one popular theory. But to be honest, I don't buy it. Spirits can't change our nature.
Nature?
Deep down inside, we're all evil. Some of us just manage it better than others. We all have our impulses. It's about controlling them.
What an odd outlook.
Hey, don't deny your impulses, Valessa. If you had to steal to get by, you'd do it. Valinor is just special. Resources are everywhere. Mazeo has been almost completely deforested. You can't just go into the forest and find food. There's not enough natural running water either.
See, I didn't know that.
I don't blame you. Everyone in Valinor is happy. Nobody is scraping by, you know? Imagine if food was scarce. There'd be a lot more people breaking the law. Stealing it, hurting others for it, you name it.
How do you know about all of this?
I've been to Mazeo a couple of times. Trust me, the guards there have it much harder. They don't even know if they'll survive their shifts.
Oh. Wow.
So when I say the post here in Valinor is boring, I'm not really complaining, to be honest. I'd much prefer boring work to, you know, dying.
While these two are talking, let's talk with
Hey.
with Vortem. What do you think about Zamira?
He's pretty cool, and I dig the antlers. I can't believe I've never spent more time with him. But it makes sense, if he's always guarding the gate. Valessa seems to know more about him, actually. I guess he'll be coming with us to Mazeo? Milas is going to evacuate everybody soon.
You're right. He seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, totally. I hope he sticks with us for a while. I mean, he's a guard, so he could easily fight with us. Right now, we need all the help we can get. But even if he doesn't join, I'm grateful for his help. There's no way we'd make it to Peregrino on our own.
How do you feel now that we've left Valnorth?
Well, the surroundings are still pretty familiar. I expect it'll hit me harder once we get to Mazeo. I know it'll be different, but is that good or bad? There's one thing that worries me about all of this, though. We may very well run into the man that killed our parents, whether it's this Sovi guy or the General of Mazeo. It could even be one of those empty suits of armor, actually. The thing is, I won't know what to do when I see them. I could cry and run away, or be overtaken with rage. Don't let me do anything stupid, alright? I'm counting on you to help keep me in line.
Sure thing, you can count on me.
Thanks, Seer. I know I can always count on you. It's gonna be scary, but we'll face it together.
I wonder if later on in the game, they're gonna give me like a tracker to show my bonds with my party members. Cause I'd like a good way to track my bonds with my friends and see where I am with them. What would you do as the Elder of Valnorth?
Wait, is this like a job interview or something? I've never been very good at selling myself. First and foremost, though, I'd reconnect with the spirits. That way, Valnorth wouldn't freeze over. A lot of people forget it's the spirits that keep us warm. After that, I guess I'd focus on what to do with the people.
How would you restore our connection?
Actually, I'm not too sure about that. But we're about to go on a huge journey. I'll make sure to pay attention along the way. If the connection can be taken away, it can be given back. There's nothing that says this is a one-way street. So take care of that power until we can put it back.
Alright, we'll find a way.
That's the spirit! Saving Alestia comes first, but Valnorth is still important. There has to be a way to do both at the same time, you know?
Alright. Now,
Hey.
Fortame will walk over and talk to Zamir while Valisa walks over and talks to me.
Hey, Zamira, about those antlers.
What about them?
You ever, hit them on a doorway? I mean, you can't be fully aware of them all the time. Yo, have you ever accidentally hit someone else with them?
I'm about to.
Whoa, okay, backing off. I was just curious. I've always wondered. How do you put a shirt on each morning?
What do you mean?
Well, you can't really slip clothes over your head. Those things would tear through any fabric.
I don't really have anything that slips over my head. I only wear things I can put my arms inside of first. You know, like button-ups or vests.
Right. I guess that makes sense. Sorry for annoying you. Please don't hit me.
Of course. I'll do my best for Tem, but I'm not responsible for any accidents.
Oh, man. Oh, he's definitely gonna get poked at some point.
Hey.
Hey. About that argument with Fortem.
What about it?
Can I order an election? Will things be okay between you two?
They usually are. It's not like an argument between us is anything new. With a few minutes to cool off, everything will be fine. Besides, we all know what the right choice is. I'm the most qualified person in Valnorth to replace Milas. Fortem is trained to replace me. It just seems natural.
So you want to be the next Elder?
Yeah, of course I do. If I become Elder, then Fortem can take over as your scribe. It seems like the logical course of action, doesn't it? We need to figure out how to save Valnorth. After the attack, we can rebuild from the ashes. But I also want to solve our problem with the spirits. Once we restore our connection, we'll be fine. After that, it's just a matter of what we do with our nation. I'm not really a fan of what Milas and his father did.
How would you restore our connection?
I don't know, but if it's possible, I'll do it. I'll look for reading material when we get to Museo. Or if we ever find ourselves in Baltus, there's the Grand Library. Remember, that power still exists within you. After we defeat the Triumvirate, it won't just vanish. There must be a way to put it back into the Spirit Idol.
You're right. We'll find a way together.
We definitely will. We can't just let Valinor die. Even if it takes the rest of my life, I'll keep searching. I just hope that you'll stay with me along the way.
Alright, we're good on talking with everyone, and well, there's actually no books for us to find here. Alright, let's go to Peregrino. Ooh. After a lengthy trek through the forest, we arrive at Peregrino. The scent of ale and the aged wood of the tavern permeate the air. Zamira let out a sigh of relief, having finally achieved his goal. Oh, is this where Pro was earlier?
Well, looks like we're finally here. It wasn't that bad, was it?
Not as bad as I thought it'd be.
My legs are a little sore, but I'll manage. I know we're far from home, but this still feels like Valinor. I guess maybe I expected something a little different.
Just wait until you see the outlook, Valessa.
The outlook?
You can almost see the entirety of Alestia. As soon as there's no trees in the way, you'll be amazed. It's easy to forget we're on top of the highest mountains.
So, we're not surrounded by trees the entire way to Museo?
Absolutely not. Even aside from the deforesting, trees are scarce. It makes for a beautiful view. I'm sure you'll love it.
The tone of his voice implied that he wouldn't be going with us. If he's seen it before, I doubt that staying behind was a big deal. But for some reason, both him and Valesa seem a bit upset at hearing this.
Right. I guess you're in your own schedule now. You only had to bring us to Peregrino.
I'm not about to ditch you, though. Now head inside. Feel free to follow along. It won't be too hard to find Pro. Trust me.
He leaves our side and starts walking into the tavern. We exchange glances, seeming a little hesitant.
Well, I guess this is it. As soon as we meet with Pro, we're off to Museo.
Wait, did you say Pro?
We're all startled by the sound intrusion. But to me, this voice is immediately recognizable. Ulric?
What? Who's there?
He lets out a soft laugh as he approaches us. After looking me up and down, a wide smile appears on his face. I forgot we hadn't actually met. It's the blade on my back he notices.
Well, what do you know? It's you. Kind of makes my job a whole lot easier.
Awesome! Our knight in shining armor! I'm glad to see him alive and well. Seriously.
Wait, you know us?
Just the seer.
Then you must be...
Ulric! From the vision!
Excuse me?
Yeah, you were in the vision that the seer had last night.
Huh. Haven't even met, and I'm already in your dreams. That has to be some kind of new personal record.
He cracks another smile. Is that an attempt at flirtation? Chad, I want to flirt back at him so badly. I seriously want to flirt with him so badly. If it was, it wouldn't go anywhere. Fortane probably interrupts. Oh, darn you, Fortane. You're ruining the moment here. I want to have a moment with my knight.
He said you died, Ulric. Something about a man named Sovi?
Whoa, should we really be telling him this? His ears perk up as he hears the name Sovi. But he seems to find something comedic about Fortane's words. Clapping his hands together simply once, he smokes at the three of us.
You sure are good at first impressions, little one.
I'm not little!
Dude, compared to Ulric, you are. It seems that nobody jumps to Fortane's defense.
Is he telling the truth, Seer?
Yeah, it's all true. I gotta tell him.
How exciting. You'll have to tell me more once we grab Pro. After that, we're going to evacuate Valinor.
It seems like he's able to piece things together. The vision of his death, and Sobi, was Valinor's destruction. He wastes no time in suggesting our immediate course of action.
Actually, Miles is taking care of that. The village is gathering for a celebration tonight. The perfect time to group up and escape, right?
Really? I'm starting to wonder why I'm even here. Either way, Pro and I will take you to Damek. I'm glad to hear this vision of yours won't come to pass.
That much is true. He'd avoided Valinor entirely. Yeah, thank goodness. We practically saved his life. Too bad the attack on Valinor wasn't something we could avoid. Oh, Daisy. Did you have a good nap? My cat is up and about.
Shall we get things started? Unless you want to talk more, I'm up for that too.
Oh, I'm up to talk with you more. Can't tell if he's being genuine or sarcastic. It's hard to get a read on this man, and that's odd. His resolve in last night's vision, his demeanor was clear. I feel like, even though we barely talked, we're on the same page. He seems to know why we're here, where we're going, and what we need to do. That makes things a bit easier. Endless planning would be tedious.
Whenever you're ready, Seer. Seems like we have a lot ahead of us.
We all look at each other before nodding. It seems like everyone else is following my lead. I could probe Ulric for information or head right inside. Ulric is now permanently joining your party, the Rebel Brawn. Awesome! Oh, look at his spider! It's so cute!
Hey.
Oh, I want to talk to him about everything. We're gonna talk to Ulric before I end the stream. So you recognize this blade?
Absolutely. I'd recognize that thing anywhere. I'm surprised you have it out in the open like that. We went through such great lengths to hide it.
What can you tell me about it?
About the Blade of Exodus? It's extraordinary. I have no idea where it came from or the full range of its power. It can repurpose life into an energy that serves the wielder. That gear at the base can spin, which should be impossible. It's almost like some parts of the blade exist in a different world. I'm starting to think that's the case. Where else would it store all that power?
What are your thoughts on this weapon?
It's practically cheating. Whoever wields it has infinite power. I don't think of the Triumvirate as gods. They were just abusing this weapon. Now that they don't have it, taking them down should be child's play.
How does it accomplish such a thing?
I have no idea, and I don't think we'll ever find out. It must tap into a person's spirit before it enters the spirit realm. That's the only non-physical part of us that could be considered energy.
How long has the Triumvirate had it?
I'm assuming they've always had it. It's how they came to power. Some people seem to think they used the blade to create our entire world. Not many people know about it, though, and they see the Triumvirate as gods. And they really aren't. They're just men who came upon a greater power, and now we have that greater power. We can rule Alestia far better than them. I think we should destroy that blade after we win. It's a tool of pure corruption.
How did the rebellion manage to seize it? I'm gonna go through every topic, by the way.
It wasn't too long ago, maybe half a year. The rebellion planned an attack. Our previous leader planned it down to even the smallest detail. Steal the blade, map out their castle, and pave way for our future liberation. I'll be honest, he knew he was going to die. He used his final moments to get the blade. Some people think it's a little fishy. How could we win so easily? Did they let us win? I don't think it's that deep. They just didn't expect our leader to effectively commit suicide.
That sounds impressive. Were you on that mission?
I was. Change the subject.
Do you think Dominic will do a good job as his replacement?
He already is, and I'm happy to serve him. Things are going swimmingly. It helps that he was one of the founding members of the rebellion, too. At that point, though, he was too young to lead. Things are different now. He's done a fine job of honoring our leader's legacy and guiding us to victory. He had to make a few hard decisions, but I trust his judgment without question. Everything is going according to plan. Our final assault is all we need.
I would have liked to meet the old leader. I won't let him down.
I'm sure you won't. I don't think any of us will. The scope of his planning went farther than I could have imagined. Being the Elder of Valinor, he planned every aspect of your involvement. I guess breaking Valinor's non-partisan stance made perfect sense to him. Every little piece was in place. The liberation of Alestia was finally attainable. I just hope that you're everything you thought you'd be. Wielding that blade isn't easy.
In my vision, Sylvie used it on you.
Wait, he used the Blade of Exodus on me? That's impossible. There's no way he'd be able to wield it. You're the only one. Even Dominic nearly died the first time he touched it. I'm still surprised, though. He had a small vision when he did. Perhaps he has some spiritual energy inside of him. Either way, hopefully I went out in a blaze of glory.
Oh, you did. You worked so hard to protect us. You went out like a hero. You brought us time to escape.
Yeah, that sounds like me. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm just thankful that this vision won't come to pass. I have a lot of life left in me. That makes me wonder, though. What was the purpose of seeing something like that? I can understand a vision of Valinor being attacked, but seeing me and watching me die? We've never even met. How is it possible to know what I look like and how I act? I know the spirits give visions of the future, but that's so specific, and it won't happen.
His strength seemed incredible. Was it him or the blade?
Sylvie is an incredibly strong adversary, even without the blade. But if he's able to wield it, we better make sure it never enters his hands. His strength, coupled with that blade. I don't scare easily, but that's terrifying.
You mean Sylvie can't use the blade?
There's no way he should be able to. I imagine even you're having trouble. It's not meant for just anybody to wield. You need an incredible spiritual connection. Dominic might have a small one, but Sylvie? A man like that has no connection to the spirits.
Interesting. Do you think we'll win because of it?
Hard to say. That depends on your ability to wield it. The Triumvirate had that blade for an eternity. You don't have that much time. Not to put too much pressure on your shoulders, it's just the truth.
Dominic saw a victory though. Samira told me.
Yeah, but you also saw me die, right? These visions aren't as reliable as I've been led to believe. Rather than seeing the future, it's almost like it shows you what to avoid. Too bad we can't avoid what's coming to Valinor. When Dominic touched the blade, he saw Valinor fall and the rebellion win. It seems like he's embracing what he saw. Good thing you're not, or else I'd be dead.
I'll do anything to keep you alive. Aside from visions and blades, how do you feel about this war?
You mean how do I feel without our most valuable assets? Pretty terrible. Without visions to guide us and the power of that blade, we'd be dead. There's no way we could take them down through conventional means. However, at the moment, everything is in our favor. Everything. We just need to be careful. Do not let the Triumvirate or Sovi take that blade back. If we can do that, victory is as good as ours. A new future will rise to greet Alestia.
I'm glad to be on the winning side. This is going to be scary.
Scary is an understatement, but I've never been more certain of our victory. Dominic is pretty excited to meet you, actually. You're going to help us win this war.
To be honest, I actually can't even use it.
I'm fully aware of that. It'll take some training to get used to it. When we get to Museo, Dominic will place you under a strict training regimen. You need to get as much practice as possible before we launch our attack.
With enough practice, I'm sure I'll be able to master it.
Of course, and I'm glad you look at it that way. Practice makes perfect. We can't expect you to use it immediately. Just do your best to be careful. You know what that thing is capable of.
Would you like to try using it, Ulric?
I'll pass, thanks.
Straight to the point. Do you think maybe somebody else could wield it instead?
Dominic was able to use it only for a brief second. Any longer than that and he would have died. I think this one rests on your shoulders alone.
I can't be the only one. I'm not gonna say that. Fate has chosen me. I accept the responsibility.
Good. Fighting your calling is never the right idea. Just embrace it and let's do great things together. You'll make it out of this as a hero, you know.
I will, with you by my side. Wow, there was a lot to talk about with the characters than I thought. That's impressive that how much dialogue and voice acting they did for this game. What can you tell me about Dominic and the Rebellion?
Well, the rebellion was formed around 20 years ago. Survivors of the occupation banded together and sought justice. Adults trained orphaned children to create the perfect soldiers. A long time has passed, and now the children are old enough to fight. And they've been perfectly trained, almost their only purpose. Dominic was one of these children. The previous leader raised him as his own.
How did you come to join it?
Obviously, I'm a little older. I wasn't a victim of the occupation. When it happened, I was just arriving in Museo to sell my sword arm. I moved here from Alarenthia as soon as I had the chance. Imagine wanting to get a new start and arriving in the middle of a war zone. That's pretty much what happened. So I did what anybody else would do. I joined the winning side, the Triumvirate, with the hopes of making money. It was going well, but then I realized they were killing children. I turned on them as quickly as I joined them, fighting for Museo. I was one of the first rebels. Got to watch Dominic grow up firsthand.
Oh man, I'm glad you ended up choosing the right side.
That's purely subjective, but I happen to think you're right. The Triumvirate needs to be taken down or held accountable for what they did. Leaders should never get a free pass to commit atrocities. Never. I'm sure there's been insurrections in the past. There must have been. But the thing about us is that we have the Blade of Exodus, our victory.
Tell me more about Dominic.
He's a good man. I've watched him grow into a capable soldier. He always has this way of being happy no matter the odds. Even if we lost almost every rebel, he'd find a way to keep us going. Cracking a joke or two is always in his nature, even in grim circumstances. It can lighten the mood, that's for sure. Nothing is worse than low morale. That's probably what he's best at, keeping the soldiers happy and motivated.
That's an interesting attitude to have when you're fighting a war.
Yeah, but it works. The morale of our troops is proof of that. Cold and calculated, but also personable and witty. He's really unique.
So the rebellion is largely made up of occupation victims?
Absolutely. Everybody lost something special that day. Families were torn apart. Many people lost the will to live. A lot of the children only wanted one thing: revenge. And a lot of the adults saw one thing: an army ripe for training. They banded together, and the rebellion slowly became what it is today. We are finally strong enough to do something, and that's special.
Training children to be soldiers, though, that's not right.
What else were we supposed to do? It's not like we forced them. They wanted to fight, to be trained, and we wanted an army. We were able to achieve unity and grow into the force we've become.
You have a point. I guess you're right.
Yeah, think about it for a moment. Without them, we'd stand no chance. Some people think their future was stolen, but if we win, we can get it back. No occupations. No families being torn apart. That's the true purpose of it all.
My family was killed there. I guess I'm not alone.
Really? That's news to me. What a bad day to be in Mazeo. I guess it makes sense, though. You look like you carry purpose. You'll fit right in. I'm sure almost every rebel could relate.
I understand why it took so long to mount an offensive now.
Yeah, the bulk of the victims were children who lost their parents. Fast forward some 20-odd years and they're grown men and women. Nobody would send children to war. It was important to wait and train.
Is the rebellion large? Do we have the numbers to win?
Not really, but it's not numbers that we need, just strategy. The Triumvirate's honor guard is weak. One man could easily kill 50, and with that blade on our side, they can't make any more. Just a matter of time.
And I guess I'm glad we have this blade.
That's for sure. Without that blade, we'd never win. As I've always said, we can't take them down with conventional means. There's a lot resting on your shoulders. I hope you're up to the task.
Tell me about the previous leader.
There's not much to say. He doubled as the Elder of Valenorth. You probably already know everything there is to know. You worked with him. The secrets he kept from you? Well, you've already been told. He sacrificed himself to get you that blade. Now he's gone. Damek buried him underground in Mazeo's tunnels, our new home. In fact, you could see his grave if you wanted. Pay some respects.
We can't let his sacrifice go to waste.
I doubt we will. He gave us a hand of winning cards. Damek is securing our HQ and planning our final attack right now. We'll sail to Balteas and take them down for good.
What should I expect from Mazeo?
Lots of pirates and people who are after money, no matter what. Don't trust random people and don't buy anything from a stranger. You'd get swindled and robbed far before you found anyone genuine. And the occupation didn't make things too much better. It's still dangerous. Mazeo's spirit idol was also on its final days, dim and defeated. At least, that's what we thought, until very recently.
Is piracy still bad even after the occupation?
Yeah, the occupation didn't do much to help, no matter what anyone says. I think I'm qualified to speak on the matter. I mean, I've lived there forever. There's still an active piracy network, smuggling things from Mazeo to Alarenthia.
Do you think we could win the pirates to our cause?
Probably not. Not unless they had some reason to help us, a big one. A liberated Alestia would have no room for rampant piracy, right? And there'd be no reason to help a cause that hurts their livelihood. Right now, they're a wild card. Not on our side, but not against us either. We should use that to our advantage while we can. They might turn on us later.
Yeah, good point. So the Triumvirate was after something else then?
Yeah, the elimination of piracy was just an excuse. I think they were searching for the spirit idol underneath Mazeo. But what they wanted it for, and what they do with it, I have no idea.
What will the rebellion do about piracy after the war?
Celestia will be free. We won't have any restriction on trade. That's a good thing and a bad thing. The pirate will fight against it. We could take down the Triumvirate, only to find ourselves against a pirate army.
Is it going to be safe for me to wander around Mazeo?
I'll be by your side. Dominic should be as well. You'll be fine. We know the lay of the land and how to deal with people. Just follow our lead. Besides, most of our time will be in the Rebel HQ. It's safe there.
Tell me about the spirit idols.
Well, there's a church in Mazeo. It's supposed to be for triumvirate worship. At the altar there rests a very dim spirit idol. We assumed it was dying. But it's not even the true spirit idol. The true one rests deep underground. The one in the church was merely receiving energy from the true idol. That's why it was so dim. The source of power was far away. Nobody knows about this except for the rebellion. It's our secret. We want to try tapping into it for power. It's our only chance, too, since Alarenthia's idol was destroyed. And from what I've heard, Valenorth's died out a while back as well.
Alarenthia's was destroyed? How?
I'm not sure. It's one of Alarenthia's many legends. Apparently at the dawn of history, the Triumvirate destroyed it. That's why Alarenthia grew into what it is today, an arid wasteland. If the Triumvirate did it, we have to wonder why. Do the spirit idols pose some threat to their rule? That's why Dominic wants to try tapping into Mazeo's true idol.
So nobody knew Mazeo had a bigger idol?
The Triumvirate suspected it. That's why they were digging in Mazeo. But after 20 years, they found nothing. It was Dominic who discovered it. We decided to keep it secret. He's coming up with a plan for it right now.
Is it possible that there's more idols we don't know about?
I suppose so. If the Triumvirate didn't destroy all the others. But right now, the idol in Mazeo is the only one we know about. That is, unless there's one in Balteus. But I doubt it. I mean, the Triumvirate could have one hidden there, maybe. But there's no way to know for sure. We should focus on what we do know.
Valenor's went dark the night I was born.
Is that so? I suppose that's why you're so important. Its energy went into you, and now you can wield the blade. I hope you don't misuse this gift. I'll admit, I'm a bit intimidated.
Do you ever sail back home to visit?
No. You couldn't even pay me to go back to Alarenthia. It's so hot it's almost unbearable. And the way they govern things is different. I know I say that Mazeo is dangerous, but Alarenthia makes it look like paradise.
I guess that makes sense. Home is where you make it.
Yeah, and that's especially true in Alarenthia. You choose your home and family. You can change your circumstances if you don't like them. On the mainland and in Mazeo, it's different. People stay in toxic relationships. I think of it different. If you don't like your family, find a new one. I've spilled enough blood to hold no blind allegiance to it.
Oh. Oh, we're almost done. How do you know Sobi?
He recently rose through the ranks and has given us tons of trouble. When the Triumvirate gets in our way, he's likely responsible. He makes himself a lot more known. Way different than the last Inquisitor. I haven't gotten to meet his apprentice yet. A Grand Inquisitor always has to train one. It ensures a constant cycle of obedience.
Now I wonder, I have a feeling Ulric will not like the apprentice either. Wait, Sophie has an apprentice?
Yeah, but as I said, I have no idea who it is. If Sophie is training him, though, I'd watch out. Seems like we'll be up against some tough opposition.
Does the Triumvirate have any more lackeys?
Not that I'm aware of, and I highly doubt it. It's just them, the Inquisition and their honor guard. Seems simple enough, but taking them down will be anything but.
Who was the previous Grand Inquisitor?
I don't know.
You seem to know an awful lot about this, Ulric.
The more you know about the enemy, the easier it is to oppose them. This is one of the fundamental rules of war. Know what you're up against. Ignorance on the battlefield is the fastest way to meet your own end.
Agreed. Okay, good talk, good talk. Oh, Ulric is so cool. I love stoic characters like Ulric, for example, ever since I was a little kid, actually. I just think they're so cool. I feel the same way for Lightning, even though I didn't like her at first, from Final Fantasy XIII. As I played through the series, however, I just fell in love with Lightning in a wow, she's so cool kind of way. I bet this'll be a funny conversation.
Wow, Ulric, it's so big!
Context?
Yeah, I get compliments on it all the time.
Can I touch it?
Of course you can. Just be gentle, though.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Whoa, it's heavier than I thought!
You might want to use both hands. And tighten your grip a little bit.
Okay, it's obvious that they're talking about Ulric's sword, but gosh darn it, the internet and making my mind dirty and all that.
Like this?
A little bit lower.
Oh, sure. How about now?
There you go, that's more like it. Now, swing that sword with all your might.
That's the context. Thank you.
Yeah!
Whoa! Watch what you're doing! You could have killed me, kid!
I'm so sorry. I've never used a greatsword before.
I feel like we should keep it that way.
14, I swear, if you heard Ulric, you're off the list of elders. If you heard Ulric, you're off the list of potential candidates for the next elder. Now that we have Ulric by our side, maybe there's some new dialogue if we go back to the forest? No? Alright, well, I'm satisfied with ending our adventure here for now. Yep, there's our knight, part of our party. Let's go back to the main menu, that way we have the music. Alright everyone, that'll be it for today's stream. I had a really good time with this. Yeah, really glad that I decided to pick up and play Winds of Change. The story is intriguing, I like the characters. Yeah, this is good. Shoutouts to the Steam Visual Novel Festival happening as we speak. You have until August 14th until the visual novel sales are done. You know what? I've decided that I want to stream this game more. So, how about tomorrow we continue Winds of Change? Yeah, that'll be fun. So, what did you think of the game? I'll definitely post the archive to YouTube after ending the stream, so, yeah, if you enjoy the stream, follow the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss future streams. You can subscribe to the channel, you can, donate, you can become a member of my Patreon, and that'll help, support me and help me continue what I do. I'm working on on my first book, Guardian Tales. If you become a member of my Patreon, you can read the 16 chapters I have written so far before I publish the book. Yeah, with that being said, let me see if there's anyone to raid, so give me a moment. No one I'm following seems to be streaming. I guess we'll end the stream without raiding anyone. It's fine. Well, once again, thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day or evening, and I'll see you next time. Bye!